It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of a president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but we star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Welcome everyone to the 115th One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace. It's Tuesday, April 28th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today. And as usual, we are joined with Mrs. Carolina Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe she's in the background, raring to go with today's workshop. Hello, Carolina. Are you there?
Yes, Rick. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. As usual, our best advice is to be settled, to be ready to go, ready to share, and have a nice cup of tea or coffee ready to start this journey. So, I don't know, do you have any news, Rick, to share today, or any of the other knowledge seekers?
I don't have anything immediately that comes to mind, but I'm sure we'll have some things come up as the topics get initiated here. What is going on in the world? What do we know of today? What has changed from last week? I'm thinking.
Changed from last week is the situation with the virus. It doesn't need no longer an entity to be present. It's like a field strength you walk through, and it appears wherever it decides to be. We started noticing it 3-4 weeks ago, but we couldn't understand. And a few days ago, it was imminent. And I start getting feedback from a lot of knowledge seekers that they feel it. They sense it when it hits them or when it touches them. And it's a very strange sensation because you do not expect, if nobody is around, to have something to do with the virus. You think you're safe. So all this distancing, all this wearing masks, I think they're out of the window, because that is not what is going on, and that is not apparently how it is working. But it had to take or give us more time to understand how it does work. So I give you an idea. When you are in a shopping mall and you go for your groceries and your normal weekly shopping, that is restricted to a weekly shopping or 2 weekly shopping if possible. Well, when you pass certain corners or certain places within a big shop I'm talking to, nobody's around, and you get agitated and you feel it. And we used to automatically start spraying and protecting ourselves, which is good because you sense it. But every time, and then you start paying attention, what is around, who is around? There's nobody around. How come you get the feeling of the pinch of the virus and it is in different field strength? So sometimes it goes for the legs, the feet. It sometimes goes for your breathing, coughing, pain in the throat. And then suddenly it goes for headaches, earache pain. It goes in different shapes of, I call it field strength. And it's not coincidence that every time you come home, you have to take the protocol to get out of it. And it's every time a different kind of protocol. And the last time we went out, we really observed this is not normal. This cannot be. So I think Mr. Keshe will have more news about this on Thursday, because more and more reports are coming in that people just can't sense it, or they walk through it, or they get touched by the field, and there is no appearance of nobody for that to carry that field.
Also, Carolina, we're getting quite a few news reports now of different symptoms. It's gone way beyond the just in the lungs as a respiratory disease, and now they're talking about multi-organ failures and multi-organ attacks by the virus, and even down into the lower body, like Mr. Keshe was talking about in the last couple of knowledge seekers workshops. So this is what's becoming into the public knowledge now, is this idea that it's not just a respiratory disease like many of the other viruses, but it's actually a multi-organ disease, and that's changed the whole scenario. And the other thing that seems to be happening is the mutations of the coronavirus. And that's a big thing, because if there's already, say, a dozen mutations or more, there's apparently one person was measured with 11 different mutations within them, for example. So if that's true, then I don't see where they'd have any possibility of developing a vaccine for that kind of situation, because vaccines target specific viruses and not not all the derivations of that. So it seems like there won't be any vaccine being able to be made. That's a fallacy that's been put into the mainstream news, I think. So we're left with our homegrown techniques, such as with the Keshe Foundation and all the protocols as they come up, and trying to keep one step ahead of this situation.
It's increasing, and it's going to become 3 steps ahead, Rick. It's not going to stay with 1 step ahead. It's gathering field strength very fast, that's for sure, because through the feedback I am even getting from knowledge seekers, it goes in different parts. It's long time gone, it's just a respiratory. It's so confusing for the doctors and the nurses to be on top of it. And as I said in the beginning, the masks, if you don't have a field that is stuck between you and your face, you are not protected, because a mask always leaves a space for the in and out breathing. So if the mask is not really stuck airtight to your face, you give it room for the virus to be inhaled. But that is no longer the only way that people are getting infected. You are more than right that, and I hope they advise and inform more and more people, because we are relying a lot on the media and the governments to be straightforward and to report as fast as they can, that people are not getting stuck with just that one symptom of the breathing, the lungs. It's going to be far beyond that. We have to see and wait till it's officially going out, and then we can start really helping. We as knowledge seekers, we are apparently more aware of what's going on with this virus than a lot of other people. And the funny thing is, a lot of people, they are so confused with so much conflicting information that they do not know to who to listen anymore. It's too confusing for them. And because of so much upheaval to push, to let people to go back free and to let them go, it's like it doesn't exist. It is existing. And it's going to get so bad if they open up too soon. They will have the same problem as we saw in China. Iran had the same problem, but until they were on top of it with the Keshe Foundation knowledge, that's the time where they could turn the table around. And people ask, yeah, how can we protect? The only protection you have is to go on our Wikipedia. You have to have created a cup of life. You have to have created the second cup of man, and work with the protocols which are there available. It goes step by step. You have to cover your body with the first GANs, plasma water from the first cup of life, then the second protocol on top of the first cup. You have to spray before you leave the house. You have to spray before you come back into the house. You have to keep your house clean, also through spraying on the floor. Second plasma cup of water. Above the hips to the ceiling is the first cup of man. to give you an idea, when you have a bathtub, take a bath, put 2 liter minimum from the first cup of life and put 1 to 2 liter of the second cup of life in the bathtub and just stay within the water for an hour or 2 hours till you have no more symptoms. If you go preventive, sit in it as long as you enjoy it and let everybody of the family to take your bath, because it really helps to protect and to deplete. When you are infected, the bath water helps you to deplete, but then you have to stay in there for much longer time. You know when to come out and you know when to stay in there because it releases the pain. People have been giving us in other platforms and private teachings, they're stepping forward with their testimonies, and it is a pain. And as long as the pain is not there, not gone, not gone, don't stop. You have to carry on until you got rid of it. Because you don't want the virus to leave any traces. And still then, you still have to carry on preventive for the next few days. And then at least once a week, don't let your guard to go down. Once every 10 days, you repeat the protocol again, but at the same time, you stay within the protocol of cup 1 and 2 every day. And keep your house clean and keep the garden clean and keep everyone who comes in and out, keep them clean. Because now you don't have to cross somebody. You don't have to bump into somebody. You just walk on your own and you pass through the field strength and you come home with all the signs that you have been infected and you say, I haven't seen nobody. I haven't met anyone. I haven't talked to nobody. And I have not been in a car or in a bus or in a train. And I still come home with it. Yes. And that is what doesn't look so good, because you cannot detect it where it is. So by avoiding people, you don't avoid any longer the coronavirus.
Carolina, there's a couple of questions about that procedure. One from James. You talked about spraying it on your body. Do you mean spraying it on the clothing or on your naked body?
So far, until the new protocol will come out with Mr. Keshe on Thursday, is do not go out with sandals, shorts, short sleeves, because it's summer. Stay covered from top to toe with a light clothing and then spray the ganses on top of the clothing, because that's the only way that the clothing holds on to the field strength of the ganses. If you spray on your naked skin, it doesn't have anything to hold on to it.
Right, it'll tend to dissipate, you might say.
Yep.
So, okay, so the clothing in effect is like a virus shield, you could say.
It's an extra layer of protection, because you sweat, it vapors out of, it vapors from the clothes too, but the field strength stays within the clothing. It has something to attach itself to it.
Even when it's dried on the clothing, in fact, probably when it's dried, it's quite effective in that sort of mesh environment of the clothing.
And don't hesitate. When you feel anything, just drench a hat, a shawl, a piece of cloth, a sheet into, depending on which part of the body it is. If it's upper level, you take in a cup 1 with the gans present. You shake your bottle that the gas is floating around. You fill up a bucket, you soak, you squeeze it out, and you wear it for hours. You replenish the new field strength, After half an hour, you put it back in the bucket, you squeeze all the water out, and you put it back on your head and around your throat. Cover yourself until the pain is gone. People, some do take leggings or a pyjama and they put them in the second cup of life, because you have to cover from your stomach down. Some people start complaining about their stomach, bone. It doesn't matter how it appears. If you are in discomfort, change the cover up, cup 1 or cup 2, soak it every half an hour and put it back on till all the pain is gone. Drink the plasma water, do the breathing and do the spraying. Don't stop. Because the reports we are getting from our knowledge seekers, they are going through horrific pains. And it's not nice to let it go too far, because it's much more difficult to reverse it. And if you have a bathtub, if you don't have, but you have sufficient enough room in the house, try to find those plastic blow-up swimming pools, the little ones, and go and make a bath and sit in it. And keep on throwing the water from top to toe over you. It does wonders, and it helps you much faster to get out of it.
Okay, we have a question in the YouTube. Why do we not put the COO plasma water on the chest and face? That would be, I guess, the cup 2 plasma water. Why do we not use that on the chest and face?
Because the way the virus is coming, the first cup of life is for your lungs and your brain, the head and the upper body. From the stomach down, it goes for your physicality. It means it goes for your tissue, it goes for blood, it goes for bone, it goes for your organs, everywhere, which is, it's a different way of how the virus comes into you. If you have a headache.
You mentioned red tissue and white tissue. Mr. Keshe was distinguishing between the two parts, body parts that way.
Yes. You will feel the relief when you have ear pain, if you have a bad headache and it doesn't want to go, and you know that you're not a sufferer of migraine or something that, you know, from the past, this keeps on coming back. If it is that you have been outside, you have been exposed and the pains start, this is the best way to get rid of it. And don't wait. The minute you start feeling the aching and the bothering, start applying the wet cloths on top of the body and keep them moist until the pain is gone. Don't give up. It might take you 3 hours. It might take you 6 hours. It might take you 12 hours. Or you fill up the bathtub and you go and sit in it, and you make sure you cover yourself continuously with the water. And you just keep on topping up with warm water. And some fresh gases. If you have plenty of gases, just the plasma water, just keep on adding to the bathtub. Some people are sitting in the bathtub for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 hours because the pain just doesn't go, because they've been infected too far, and it takes time for that release of that depleting of the virus. This field strength takes time. You will feel very exhausted. You will be very tired. You have to give your body the time to recuperate from that, because it has really done a lot of damage. You don't see it with the bare eye, but the damage has been done. So your body needs time to recuperate as well. Some of the signs which you can pick up is you have heel. It's like electric shocks, pain shootings that go through your heels. It means it's gone to your bone. If you have a loss of taste, or your mouth goes like numb, you still have taste, that is a sign you have an infection. If you have headache in one side and it turns up usually on the right side of the face, we start realizing that as well. Mr. Keshe will open up more and more information on Thursday about this. But these are the things that we are experiencing and that we are seeing as a feedback from our knowledge seekers in the private chats. They request for support. These are the things you can pay attention to. Spots on the nails of the toes and the hands, black spots appearing on the skin. Be alarmed when you see sore and swollen small toes. It doesn't need to hurt. It does not need to hurt. You don't need to even to be in pain. But even if those appear like this, you start the protocol. You don't wait. And you cannot make a mistake. If it was something else, or it is the virus, at least you exclude that it's gonna damage more and more because you didn't stop it at the time you noticed it.
Caroline, are the protocols that are on the KF Wikipedia, are they all up to date as far as the latest and greatest information that we have and so on? Is that
I think
updated regularly?
I think the team has done its job. They're good to, when last time Mr. Keshe gave the protocol of the clot.
Yes,
Don't
right.
use,
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, when he said spraying only doesn't help anymore, you have to literally apply shake the bottle that the gas is present, put it in a bucket of water. If you don't have much, you can always add some extra plasma water. You can add some extra water, but make sure that the clot for what part you're going to apply it is really soaked into that water. Squeeze it out and carry it on your body. And every half an hour, change it for 2 or 3 hours, 6 hours, till you feel okay. Then you give your body some time to rest. And then the next day you start again for 3 hours, 6 hours, depending. It's, you have to be firm with yourself. That's why we are encouraging until we get to the next step of understanding to work through the soul and through the cup of man. This is the protocols which you can apply and have to apply if you want to reverse it or prevent it.
Okay, very good. Now I see Mark has made an interesting comment that I've been thinking about for quite some time, and I think it's very, very relevant and very important, which is he says he saw a headline of the virus traveling on pollution particles in the air. And I thought, before I read this, I thought, I bet those virus particles are hitching a ride on the pollution particles. We do see that the areas of the planet with the most pollution seems to be the places where the virus takes effect the most as well. But of course, the areas of most pollution, people have issues with their breathing and their lungs and other issues from the pollution anyway. But I think it's a double dose with the pollution because it allows the virus hitches a ride on the bigger pollution particles and is probably quite happy to exist there for, well, we know it can exist on surfaces for up to 7 days or so. So the virus can travel very easily on the high altitude, high velocity air currents that are happening, the so-called jet streams. So in effect, the pollution from China, for example, something like 10 to 20% of the pollution in Canada actually comes from China, which is a long ways away, but it goes up into the airstream, into the jet stream, and then travels at 300 miles an hour and comes down and dumps onto central Canada from that place in China. So, and again, the pollution from Canada or the US would go into the jet stream and affect other countries, even into Europe and so on, as the jet stream moves generally from west to east in its travels. So it makes sense that basically the virus is everywhere. It travels in the air. It's just a matter of how much of a quantity you might be getting all at once. And with that pollution, there's a good chance that you could have a very high concentration of virus particles in the polluted air. And if that's true, and the scientists actually get a hold of that idea, then we're going to find the elimination of pollution on this planet becomes a priority rather than a side issue. And that means the end of the combustion engines on this planet, which has been my dream for quite some time. So again, the little virus, I call it the little bug that could, because it's causing us to change our behavior on this planet. And it's causing us to change or to reflect on the behavior that we have already that's caused us to be in humans to be in a weakened condition, so that the virus affects us so severely to start with, and ways that we can clean up our planet so that we can, like you were saying, Caroline, a lot of it is keeping your house clean, right? The air and the surfaces of the house, the people in it, and so on, all needs to be kept clean in a way. Well, the whole planet is our house, and we keep forgetting that, what we do in one part of the house affects the other parts of the house. So we can't just dust in one room and forget all about the rest of it, and so on and so forth.
No, we can't, but I just received a message that it's quite confusing in so many ways. If you're not infected, the rule or the protocol for that is you take the plasma water from cup of life, which is the first cup. You spray from top to toe, front and back. You drink it, you inhale it, and you spray around the house. You spray your animals, you feed it to your animals, they can drink it, you can put it in their water. That's the first step of one part of the protocol of prevention. The second step of protocol of prevention is you take the plasma water from the second cup of life and you spray from waist down to the toes of your body, front and back. That you can mix with the cup 1 and the cup 2. You can make the plasma waters to mix, and then you pour them outside and spray outside the ground, so that you stop in the prevention what comes through the front door or the back door. You can spray your shoes with it. The salt water is being advised to put in glass cups around the house and then get rid of it every day in the toilet. You flush it through. You don't hold on to it. You can put the cup of life, the first one, into the washing machine, which means the plasma water, where you usually are going to put the softener for your clothing, you put the water in there. You still can add softener to it, no problem. But it means that the last rinse, the last wash you clothing is going through, takes the fields from the water before you're going to hang it and dry it. Then the other protocol is when you are infected. When you are infected, you still use the full protocol of number 1 and number 2. But on top of that, if you let's say the pain sits above the wrist to the head, you use and apply wet cloth soaked in the buckets, and you hold them on your body and you change the water every half an hour. If it's from the wrist down to the toes, you use the second cup of life and you soak and you make sure that the wet cloth stays on your body. You drink the same protocol as what is explained in the wiki if you are infected. Then the third protocol is you can make a bath, you pour the first cup of life plasma waters in the bath for as much as you have. Is it 4 liters? Is 4 liters? Is it 2 liters? Is 2 liters? If you have 1 liter of plasma water from the second cup, you add it to the bath water. If you have 2 liters of plasma water, you add it to the bath water. You fill up and take a bath as normal warm water, and you just sit in it. And you submerge as many times as you can, but you stay as long as possible in the bath water. And when you come out, you give your body some time to rest, and then a few hours later, you start the protocol again. Preventive, especially before you walk out of the house. Preventive, especially before you come back into the house, you spray yourself. You spray definitely the shoes with the second cup of life. So whatever goes from the wrist down is joint combination. First cup from top to toe, second cup from wrist down to the toes, until Mr. Keshe changes the protocols. And all those steps you can find on our Wikipedia, and they're very straightforward. Preventive, and when you are hit with the virus, then you have to apply it in wet cloths on your body, change it every half an hour till you are out of the pain. And Rick, it doesn't need nothing to carry itself on anything anymore. It's already moving like a field strength on its own. It doesn't need matter state anymore to appear somewhere or to be present somewhere. That was my point when you go into a shopping mall. How come suddenly on a certain corner of an aisle, you just walk through the field and that's it, you're infected. You can start the protocol when you come back home after your shopping. And the problem is, we don't see it.
I think,
but as a knowledge
do you
seeker,
think, I was just going to say, do you think certain people that are super sensitive to their emotion can pick up on these fields? They know when they're walking through that part of the mall that's got those vibes. I have a friend that that took a person in her car, and she felt like that person had a kind of a funny smell or something. And so she used her plasma water and sprayed the seat after the person was sitting in the car, and just to get rid of those vibes, basically. It isn't a, it's not even like it's virus particles or as such that she senses. It's more the fields. So like you're saying, and also I wonder if that's connected to our sense of smell. We know that their sense of smell is very connected, is the most connected to the brain, for example, of all of our senses. It's the most immediate. And sometimes we can smell danger, for example, is one phrase that we use as humans. perhaps we can smell that danger of the fields of the virus, basically, if we happen to be sensitive enough in our emotional sensing of the environment.
You are, as a knowledge seeker, you should be able to sense it because you are already carrying the knowledge and the awareness. And 99% of the knowledge seekers, they are reporting that they sense it. They know when they're being touched. They know when it came about, and they know where it appeared, where they got hit. So yes. And you don't need to have a high sensibility, not even in your emotion, to sense it. A knowledge seeker, because of the plasma waters, knows, because you can feel the field strength. Meaning you don't need special abilities to pick that one up. And it's going to get more and more apparent that people will start reporting, yes, I was there and I felt it. At the beginning, it's a bit strange because you don't dare to trust your instinct, but do trust your instinct because you didn't dream it. Put it that way.
Okay, we have a couple of hands up here. Is it time for questions?
Yep.
Okay, we've got a guest, Rhino. And I'll allow you to talk. You can go ahead first, and then we have Alvaro after that. Rhino, can you open your microphone and speak? Okay, I think Rhino's still trying to find their microphone. I'll try to unmute and see if that works. No, I can't. So, Rhino, you'll have to figure out your microphone connection, or sorry, the microphone mute button there to unmute. And in the meantime, Alvaro, let you go ahead.
Hi, Rick. Hi, Carolina.
Hi.
Here from Brazil again. And thanks very much for having me again. Carolina, I would like to ask you, since the virus now travels on a field strength level, the masks and the gloves have no more use. Am I correct?
Yep.
And the other thing that we have to spray the clothes only to create a layer of a field strength layer and to hold for more time to protect us from the virus. But my question is, I'm doing the protocol using the first cup every day since the beginning. The second cup, I already made it, but I still not using. But now I'm going to start to use the second cup now. And I also made the third cup, the cup of man. And I'm following the instructions so far. But my question is, with all these changes, we still have to hold to the same guidelines that you gave us before. I mean, try to grow our own food, dip our finger in the amino acids of the cup number one to replace a meal. Is that still going on, Carolina, or we have changes in that guidelines as well?
No, not really, because the amino acids are supplying you with the field strength you need. And the second cup, definitely apply it. It should have been start getting applied from the minute Mr. Keshe released that information. It's something that it will become part of our life to stay safe, because Now it's invisible. You can't see it, but you can detect it. And hopefully we don't walk through these clouds, because they're not so pleasant with the results afterwards. So keep on going and keep on following the protocols, and you should be safe, or keep your family safe and yourself.
Great, I will do it. The thing I'm facing here in Brazil, it's there's some people that believe in cash technology and are using it, and a lot of people are helping here. There's a great community here in Brazil working a lot, but most of people that I present the cash technology, they don't believe it, you know. So I do my part. I try to show the people, you know, and I try to help them. But as far as I understand, there's a limit, you know, that I can go. So I do what I can. I could do much more, but I here where I am and my people close to me, only few people believe in this technology, unfortunately, you know. It's sad, but it's true. They rather believe in the news on the TV, you know, than to research and do things like that. But anyways, I'm doing for myself and for the people that are willing to go on this technology and to cure themselves and help the others. But anyways, it's just my thoughts. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
I think that whole thing about the news telling us our beliefs is going to change quite soon.
I hope so, Rick.
That's the freedom of the man, and we have to give him that freedom. We cannot oppose anything, we cannot enforce anything. Sooner or later, they will come to our conclusion, and that will take time. And we've been working very hard, but people will remember when it's at their front doorstep, they will remember. And then you will see them appearing. It starts happening in drips, little drips. People that are getting affected, they have remembered who told them. So don't give up. They will be appearing.
Okay, I'll be here willing to help.
That's being a true knowledge seeker, yes. Anybody else wants to share different information or what they have experienced?
Carolina, it's Doug here down in Australia, and I am going to visit my son and his family, my 2 grandchildren, on Friday, and I've prepared GANs from cup 1 and with water. Should I don't know if I can convince them that building a cup 1 is practical under the circumstances with 2 very young kids. Is that enough if I just deliver a jar with the GANs and the GANs water and the instructions about, and I'll give them a syringe to be able to extract, and as Alex said, you can produce amino acids off the top. of that. Is that enough, or you know, how do you convince people that they have to, or that it's better that they produce their own Ganses? You know, what do you think about that?
Douglas, you know, get them a cup that they can make it. Give them the salt solution that they just need to pour it in. You know something, when the time is right, they will kickstart the cup. Don't worry. You have to have no worries. And if you give them a bottle of plasma water with GANs present in it, at least, even if they don't start, when the time is right, they will give you a call. Don't worry.
Yep.
I've seen this happening more and more. They say no, or they don't have time, or is this or is that. Just leave them. They have to make the decision when it is in the house, what they're going to do with it.
Yep. That's what I thought. So I should make a. I'm running out of copper. I know I can do it with wire. That's right. I don't need plates. I can do it with wire, and make up an actual cup. And all they really have to do then is add the salt water into it, and it's just there for them in a little kit. And when the time comes, they can do the necessary. Thank you. That's what I was thinking, but I just wanted some other feedback.
I think so many people have good effects from a few sips of GANS water every day, that would be a great way to introduce them. Just give them a bottle of the plain GANS water and tell them to have a few sips every day and see what effects they feel from it. Maybe it'll suddenly relieve their arthritis pain, for example. And they could go, well, I've had this arthritis pain for the last 35 years and it's suddenly gone. I feel I can move my wrists and everything's good. You know, we get this kind of testimonial quite often. In fact, it happened with the grandmother in Iran, I believe, where she was taking the GANS water as a preventative against the virus and ended up processing her arthritis in her foot, apparently. And she had that for 35 years, pain, and it went away after a couple of weeks of drinking GANS water. So, I mean, when you actually feel the effects, that's when your attitude changes. Or if you really need something, if you feel like you're dying or feel like you're getting very, very sick and you don't know what to do and you're scared, then you'll reach out for any life preserver that's nearby. And if you can throw them the life preserver of 1 cup, 1 life, or, you know, or at least the products of that. So there's some people, I think, that have a hard time with dealing with this cup with wires and plates and things stuck in it, and maybe even the battery attached and so on. I think it unnerves them, or they don't trust that process somehow. But they might trust just getting the GANS water and you know, coming from somebody that they trust, like their relatives or whatever. So that's, I think, a great introduction is just the simple GANS water, just because it's so effective. And as soon as someone finds out that something's really effective, then they tend to stick with it.
That's true, Rick. And it just crossed my mind that the new products that are coming from the Keshe Foundation shop, are they at all, is there anything that relates to the virus in the ganses and so on that are in those new clothing lines and so on? And if not, has that been thought about so that people can, like Rick says, some people just are not hands-on when it comes to copper wire, when it comes to, you know, building a cup. But if they could buy ready-made, maybe they'd be more accepting, you know, of it. What do you think?
Well, the selling of the ganses will always be an issue until they're certified by governments and allowed to do that, and the shipment of liquids between countries and all of those sort of regulations. But that's a really good question, Doug, about the, for example, the GANs pads that are pain relieving pads and so on, designed for knees and different body parts and all of that. Would they have any effect on the virus condition? I mean, obviously it might help for some of the symptoms. If you had bone pain, for example, it would make sense that having a GANS based pad might help. But I don't know, I don't know if legally on the website they'd be allowed to advocate that the GANS pads would help against any kind of illness. Pain relief is one thing, but against certain illnesses, I don't know if that would be able to be mentioned, let's say.
Yes, I'd agree with that. I'm thinking the GANS water, as Carolina said, in the washing machine is probably a really good tip for people. That's pretty easy. Just add the GANS to the wash in the final rinse. And I'm assuming if there's ganses in the water, that is a permanent application to the clothing. Would that be correct?
Well, that's a good question. It kind of makes sense.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes, Carolina, you're mentioning adding GANS or GANS water to the final rinse in the washing machine when you're washing your clothes and your blankets or whatever. If GANS is present, not just GANS water, but GANS is present in that application to the washing machine, that would then be a permanent, or I'm asking really, would that be a permanent application to the clothing that in relation
No,
to?
it's
No.
it protects you till they go for the next wash.
Uh-huh.
When the plasma particles are present in the washing machine, if this is a permanent coating.
Oh, you do not put gases, especially large quantity of it, in your washing machine, because the magnetic field of the GANs will seize your electronics in your washing machine. You literally find out the machine is on, but the motor is not running.
Yep.
And Caroline says, I forgot about that one, because behind it, you never put gases. What?
Take your phone, because you're always walking away.
I've got a call to. I've got to be online with Iran. The gases, when you run, even 10 years ago, when we used to run high vacuum system, space levels, when we put gases or plasma by mistake through the vacuum system, the whole machine doesn't burn. It just doesn't work. It creates magnetic fields that, in a way, the matter magnetic field in it become diluted. We had this, as you know, in Iran. Now the Keshe Foundation systems are on the streets with the pumps, with the tunnels that people can go through. And one of the units, the electronic control system, is literally on the block. It's on the tunnel. And every half an hour, it just stops. Because the magnetic field, when it's very high inside the cabin, field goes beyond and it stops the motor, the pump. And they had to dismantle and move the pump like 20 meters away. So you never put gases in your washing machine. You never put gases in so many ways long-term anywhere, and especially large quantities like a cup. You'll find out your electronic system somehow jams. It doesn't work. And this is one, it's exactly when we explain about the capture of American drone. We just create a huge fields and nothing works. Literally stops. Literally stops. We see it in the lab. Because many of you work long-term on a dynamic system motors, especially gas plasma reactors. Some of the gas system, depends how you operate it, the motor just stops. You don't get the smell of burning. It doesn't burn. You don't get that. Usually you get when the motor or a system is not operating, it just stops. You can leave it aside, or half an hour later, see it starts on its own, or 2 days later, when the field settles, it does. Never be very aware. This is one of the reasons we say people with the pacemakers don't use the gases, because literally interferes with the fields of the matter state. It has the capability, we see it. So please, gases in the water, of the gas water, to a limitation you can use, but do not use gas directly in your washing machines or your dishwashers. Sometimes you can say goodbye to the machine for till it decides to work again. It's the plasmatic fields. It's literally, if you think of it, you become a corona over your electronic system in the machine. It says, so backwashing with a hand. Yes, and the stones, if you remember, bashing it, and the racking machine, if you remember, yes.
Well, that saves me from getting into trouble with my wife, because if I did that, she would not be happy if the washing machine stopped. That's for sure.
Oh, there are a few more things you don't put gases in because it can do a lot of things. We have to, with a scientific paper being published by Iranian government on behalf of the Keshe Foundation in the next few days, we have laid out these things very clearly. That how it we see it, interference of the fields, and explanation of it. We have to, it's not just when you create larger fields in the house, they can link up too. It's not just that, it's a small field. And as we become more and more gas-oriented plasma water users and gas users, we will see a lot of changes in electronics. It will happen. Eventually, we get used to it, but line of interaction, if it's stronger than a matter state, it will take over. You literally, you become a corona of your own system.
Mr. Keshe, we have some people that have got hold of old hard disks and put plasma ganses on the disks and made it work, and they've detected coverage of 600 kilometers, but it hasn't apparently interacted with electronics.
It
Can we
depends
expect
how
this?
and what. It depends how and what the package of the energy is.
Uh-huh.
This is the very. You find out in most of the cases when you use a GaNs of copper in tests, you see your motors stops faster. If you use some CH3, you see a certain ratio of the CH3 creates the fields. It's like you never use CH3 on the stainless steel. It's corrosive material for stainless steel because it opens up, reorganizes the, what do you call, the atomic structure of the steel. And then it becomes iron and it rusts. It's not that it's the CH3 rust, the iron or stainless steel. It's repositions the folding of the atom. If you know how stainless steel is made, by folding 90 degrees or certain degrees in line of the, what you call the atomic structure, gives you what they call the confusion of atoms, or what we call a stainless steel. And when you use CH3, due to the energy of the hydrogen and the carbon connection, because steels have a carbon, so it connects with that, and the energy of the hydrogen restructures the atoms of the iron, and then they rust, because now it doesn't behave as a stainless steel, it behaves as a steel with a carbon percentage in it.
And how do they manage to make the anti-magnetic stainless steel?
It is not anti-magnetic. Stainless steel is anti-magnetic. Depends on the fault. In the Keshe Foundation lab, in my private lab now is in the, what do you call it, in the research centers, because I don't have my lab anymore. I received a gift of 20 or 21 tables from the Iranian government for years ago, 10 years ago or 10 years ago, for a specific stainless steel tables. It looks like a normal kitchen table, laboratory label tables, but you can't put any magnet on it. It doesn't work. And this was given because we wanted to have a zero iron magnetic field environment, because it's very easy to do a space test. When you test with on an iron table, or you test on a wooden table, space levels, which I used to do, you have to overcome the magnetic field of the iron and the rest. With a stainless steel, we create a zero condition, and we work on the table. So we work with zero reference magnetic field, more or less. This is the technology I developed, and I received a gift from the Iranian government. And now the tables are in the labs used. If you were in training, you've seen it. And if you were in Valletta, they were in Valletta. The tables you see in the presentation on the right-hand side, these are all those tables. So the orientation of the steel is designed. These are known as a space level tables. They are not the normal tables, developed by the Russian Space Agency, where they fold the steel back in a certain angle over itself, and they compress the atoms inside it. They go so far that, in a way, create a confusion, and all the atomic links link to each other, so there is no surplus left. So you work on the zero table. This is a specific system before creation of nanoplates, the way you do it, which is very effective. It works. You don't make a mono, you create so much confusion in the line of atomic structure linkage that there is nobody leaks out to link up with any metals.
But on the mark, yeah.
Pardon?
on the market, you do get some non-magnetic stainless steel. Is it done
This
this
is
way,
our
or
kind
is
of
it other way?
things, yeah. You get the non-magnetic, but we're talking about 20 years ago, 18 years ago. But the
Yeah.
ones we carry is a specific. You get the non-magnetic. It's something that's been in the market. But the space non-magnetic, plasma non-magnetic interference is a different ball game. It's different structure. It looks like a normal steel, and it actually, wherever we touch it with CH3, it rusts. Caroline goes crazy on it, trying to get them off.
And normally on the washing machine, you have stainless steel basket. That'll rust also if you use a CH3.
Yes. CH3, because when you call it, the minute you talk about iron is iron. When you speak about steel, means has certain percentage of carbon.
Yeah.
So now you have a CH3, which is a carbon based. So the two carbon link up in some atomic structure strength level. Then in that linking up, then you have a surplus energy, which is an active hydrogen after H3. Then that active hydrogen has connection and repositions the atomic structures of the iron inside the steel. Science we understand now. It's not the magic, but this is one of the reasons we say do not use any CH3 in this condition with corona, because has a C connection with a what we call amino acid. Now it plays, but all the links are connected. The only more or less possible energy level to release the H3 is into corona, so corona becomes stronger. This is why we say. Thank you very much. I received my coffee. That's it. So these are the reasons. Once you create a link connection, the energy surplus is shared by the one who takes it. It could be the corona, or it could be the patient in recovery. We have tested CH3 in a specific condition for corona, and we've seen the result. We know what we're going to get. It's not that we haven't tested. It's been tested by the Iranian scientists in the past 4 or 5 days. We know that I have the results, I have the data, and we know in what it is and what will be. If you were in the teaching, in the Farsi teaching last night, the what we call, in a way, in a nutshell, we announced part of the paper which is to be published by the Iranian, what do you call it, universities on behalf of the Keshe Foundation in respect to corona. We have a lot of data, but we have to wait till officially announced and released in international publications in the next few days. Then we open a new science. Then we open new understanding and literally wipes out all the negative hullabaloo the Belgians made. It literally buries Belgian government and all their fraud. And because what is the truth, what is there, you get your citizens die, or you follow the procedure, scientifically done, data is carried out. And we have spoken with 3-4 governments in the past week, 10 days. They are ready to accept the Iranian, what do you call it, technology for the benefit of their nations. We spoke with one of them this morning. They want to see the papers and make a judgment according to the papers, but the scientific data in the Iranian scientific papers is very strong. Name, telephone numbers, addresses, hospitals, procedures, all has been registered. And as all of you know, the man who started all the commotion trying to destroy the Keshe Foundation, he got destroyed by the corona himself. Lawrence died of corona. And they were so ashamed to publish it for 2 weeks that he's dead. Because, in fact, the damage he did, it came back to himself. We haven't lost anyone in Keshe Foundation to corona, and the man who was from there from the beginning of it had died of it because, in a way, it's what we call the game of life. I wonder if it was in his head at that time. I could ask Mehran for a chance to help me. Apparently, he suffered for 5 weeks. He was one of the very first people, apparently, in Belgium who caught the virus. And a couple of few weeks before that, he wrote an article that we caused the coronavirus in Wuhan city with our plasma technology. I wonder where he got his from. He never made any ganses.
So we've got all a new way of working in labs with all this technology.
Yes, the Iranian scientists are rapidly unfolding new technology through the GANS technology and are crediting all of it to the Keshe Foundation. They are not claiming anything that they have discovered. All the papers, all the research is in our name, opposite to the Chinese. We have found a new way of, according to one of the leading research centers, laboratories, we never ever had zero bacterial lab. We just even got to get used to it now because it's something we never knew can be achieved. The problem they have now when they bring the bacteria is so clean and is so dynamic that the bacteria becomes ineffective while they're trying to test it. So they say we found the solution for it. We know what to do with it. The bacteria is dead, so it doesn't exist. They test the bacteria in another lab to confirm it exists, and they bring it to a lab to test it and it doesn't exist. The breakthrough we were waiting for years in the Belgians and the international arena, especially whatever people blocked it, has over. It's over. It's done. You will see beautiful systems that will be on the street for corona, because the corona is going to be something we're going to be living with for years to come. And the education of it will come to a university, which will be called part of the Keshe Foundation as a university. And the whole procedure for it has started, and we will see. The man who ridiculed the technology for so long, and we're going to expose how he came to be like this, how he turned so much against the foundation. And you'll be shocked. Nothing to do with our technology. It was just personal. When an old man falls in love, love brings craziness. Had nothing to do with us. I said I'd keep quiet because he's alive. And now we expose exactly why he went the way he went with the foundation out of nowhere. Deception, lies, cheating, and thanks to what we call the loyal members of the Keshe Foundation in the meeting, they refused to accept his cheat and they walked out and they exposed him. His exposure became his anger. And those of you who ran the foundation, you know what happened. We kept very quiet because we have a court case to settle with the Belgians. We don't want to bring it in. But now we expose what happened to him. He flew all the way from Belgium without anybody knowing to Hong Kong to register a patent and got the Keshe Foundation members to set a company to deceive the foundation and one refused, which is Arnold. And he exposed him. He did the same thing with Cube. Alan Golem was in a meeting in Hong Kong when he tried to register and deceive the foundation. Alan said, this is not the ethos of the foundation. We don't register anything, we don't do things. And he walked out and he brought the knowledge back, just beginning of their training. He did the same thing with Cube.
You mean by Q, this young man that did the cube?
Yes, the Cube, he stole the Cube while he was working inside the Belgium offices who control the patent. The Cube wasn't his. He doesn't have a patent on it. They just stole and they put it out as his right. And the man who objected, who made it, died exactly the way two other scientists have died. Poisoned on the table with a heart attack and heart failures. One of the most evil men I ever knew is not here to be evil, and thanks God. Don't forget, it was him who brought Sterling Allen into the foundation. It was his introduction, his friend. In any case, don't wash your things. Know what you're doing. And beautiful times for the foundation start rolling, primarily thanks to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran.
Have you managed to confirm the North Korean Prime Minister's passed away?
Oh, you mean Mr. Oh, our beloved leader. We have
Yeah.
we have a beloved leader right in front of me. We call my son beloved leader. He has a haircut like him.
I don't think that's
as we don't know. As far as they say, he's still alive. But we have to see. Usually keep these people alive till the power struggle and appointed leaders are agreed on. Or he's alive. There's what we hear security reports is that the doctor who was doing putting a stent in the heart was so shaking out of fear that he cut the heart a little bit too much. And it's repairable. And the Chinese over here have sent a team to see it, but everything with this guy is so closed. I asked the question, I was told this time you will not know.
Apparently his sister is taking over, isn't she?
I don't know, it's possible. But North Koreans have no value for women. That's one of the biggest problems. It's part of their culture. It's a man's culture. How the world and the governments will accept her is a different thing. How would the generals will accept her, and how many generals she'll execute to stay in power. This is the pattern of the work of this family. But nothing has been confirmed. But if it is, they're holding till finally they're all is in a critical condition. It's not easy when you're in North Korea, South Korea, to know the truth. What the facts are, it's very, even in South Korea, it's very difficult to. In South Korea, they're afraid of their own shadows. In South Korea, they're always scared. They're absolutely scared of what North Koreans will do next. I've been through it, I've seen it. When I was in Korea, and I broke my ankle, I came to understand it's a different ballgame. And every 3 days, 4 days, they moved. They came to the room. Says, North Koreans have found out you're here, we have to move you. 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, they just turn up at the hotel and they move you. They just pack and you go. You never open the suitcase because you don't know when is the next move. And this is what happened. They came to the hotel room 5 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. And I said, Mr. Keshe, North Korea has found out you're here. We have to move you now. And I said, it's too early. He said, no, you have to go. They're already in the hotel. So we just packed suitcases, moved to a hotel. And 5:30, 6 o'clock, I arrived. I was exhausted. And walking from in a suite, from the carpet into the living room, bathroom, I just twisted my ankle. I broke my ankle because I was not there. And then getting the operation became more complicated. Taking it to basement, God knows how many floors below the ground in secure military hospitals, trying to operate on a broken ankle. I went through it, and I see they are scared of everything. Even in the operating room, there are officers watching over you. Armed officers stay in the operating room.
Why is there such a big problem between North and South? It should be one.
It goes to splitting after the Japanese were kicked out of Korea. They just split it on the line. North went to the communist, South stayed with the Americans. Korean Peninsula is a very important part of the structure of the East Asian Far East.
Is there a strength? Is it because of all the rare metals they have in nature?
Korea is supposed to be one of the cornerstones of the Far East culture, as we understand. When you speak to Japanese, they tell you they've taken the alphabet from Korea. When you speak to Chinese, they say they see that they claim to be, but don't forget it's one of the most ancient monarchies. It's one of the most ancient in the Far East. Stable. And one of the richest. It's more or less, nobody knows what is the wealth within the South Korea or on the North Korean banks. Nobody knows. That, as you all know, there are 3 national banks which are owned by the nation. One is Syria, one is Iran, and one is North Korea. And this wealth has been kept for centuries, never been touched. And this is what Russia are after. That's why Syria is under attack, Iran is under attack, and North Korea, because they want the central banks. There is a say, if we can get access to these three, we'll match the whole of the Western world assets. Libya is a new culture, new country they found 140. Syria is the center of culture of Arab nations for centuries and has collected wealth from all over Arab nations. Syria is a cornerstone of the Arab culture and is where the wealth was kept. Iran is to the Middle East. Iran national gold reserve goes back to Darius and Kuru's time, 2,500 years ago. It's never been touched, just accumulated, kept. And Korea is more or less on the same line. And they want to get their hands, all these sanctions on Iran, opening everything, they want that gold as a compensation. You give it to us, we let you go.
Why are they so crazy about Iran?
No, Scott, it comes in different directions with Iran. It's the same with Syria, it's the same with Korea. It has multiple reasons, it's not single reason.
Mr. Keshe, in talking about world leaders, the British Prime Minister has said to have had first attack from coronavirus. Is that a potential breakthrough? Because that's very public that he was critical there for a while. Would you know if Keshe, your technology, beg your pardon, was used in bringing him back to where he can now make a speech? And
no, we don't really know. There's nothing with the British. We do not know what they do. The strangest thing is all these world leaders and their wives go to the brink and they come back. This is a very big question mark for us. Canadian Prime Minister and his family, the Spanish, the Belgians, British monarchy. Is it induced to get? One of the ones is now is the royal family of the Saudi Arabia, 120. Now they say about over 200 of them are infected. Crown Prince of United Arab Emirates. He was the isolated whole hospital for him. He was one of the first ones who was announced to have it. Where does it come? What's the next step? We don't know. But as far as I know, in UK, I know Jonathan was trying very hard to establish a link with 10 Downing Street and the Minister of Health. Prior to his thing, he was very active on that side. Jonathan Powell, he was working on it. I was aware of it. He continuously tried through different accesses to get in, and then they announced he has it, and then they said their whole family have it. There's a question mark. Why do they get it? And how come this is so prevalent that everybody gets it and such numbers are so low internationally? And these are protected people.
There was a big question of why they're all walking without masks.
There's a lot of clarification needed, but it's not for us. We have taken, I've advised the Iranian government, we take a what we call partisan, non-political direction, and the technology will come out of Iran as a solution worldwide to all the nations. We are working on it. The Iranian team is working 24 hours a day on it. We're just preparing you for it to be ready when it comes. And it's completed. There was one blockage in the Iranian system with the Keshe Foundation with the government, and that blockage was removed last night in the teaching, the Iranian teaching. We clarified the position of the Keshe Foundation in respect to the Iranian officials and the governments, and it was accepted. And now, as they tell us, everything is on the move. We had a key person who we thought was a key, but was different criteria for the government. Removing that person opened all the access. They had objection to for that person to be in a position for whatever reasons they had. Now, what we told you for 3 weeks, there's a paper coming, we didn't know. And now this is released today. We received the publication, and you most probably see the most amazing systems coming out of Iran. And we'll see how it will go. We keep to our ethos of bringing Iranian government under the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, which is world peace in exchange for technology. And we have agreed, and we'll go on this banner. Iran delivered the technologies in an advanced way in exchange for world peace. And this is what Iranian leadership is in agreement with Keshe Foundation. This time is not USB stick, this time is a full technologies.
How is India coping with the virus?
I have no
Don't
clue.
get much news on that.
I have no clue.
India.
The thing is, they see a peak in corona, the long, but now we see peaks behind peaks behind peaks with other coronas. Now the real statistics of the corona has to come up. The corona is not, now they tell you, is they're putting the corona which creates a brain hemorrhage as part of corona. The corona which creates heart attack is not part of the corona. The corona which creates internal bleeding is not part of corona. The corona which is creating what we call jellification, it makes a gel out of the blood, is not part of corona. The children are dying with the new corona infections, is not part of the corona. But all of them have a coronavirus in them. And then now we're going to get the cancers with corona. They're just playing with the figures. But now it's actually horrendously dangerous. You have to say, okay, you have a corona death from what they call a corona. And then now you add another curve to it, corona, which is creating a brain hemorrhage. You add another 50, 100 a day, which is coming from the stroke. You add it together and it's stacking up, right up. In so many ways, if you look at it on the hindsight and look at it a slightly different way, American governments had put everything as a corona because they knew corona has so many versions. The international community, they were not aware of it. So when you put those figures in, figures are horrendous.
Mr. Keshe, I've got a perfect example that I just found in the news that just came out in Canada. The pediatricians here are warning now about COVID toes in children infected with the COVID-19. So similar to the pictures you showed last week with the bruised looking fingers and toes, that's what they're finding out. And now they're actually going public with it. And they are now saying that this is one of the symptoms that typically comes with children especially. And it looks like frostbite with red or purple or brown discoloration. And
we
so
have
on.
it. One of our knowledge seekers here has it with her son.
Mm-hmm.
We were battling it last week with her, his and her husband has it too.
So what's
We,
happened is now the Podiatrists Association, the Foot Association in Spain is now opening up to it, and the Dermatology Association, and so they're now
do you know
required to
how we recommend
report
it?
these symptoms. Pardon me? How
Do you know how
recommend
we overcome it?
overcome it?
Or how we overcome this problem in Keshe Foundation? It's one of the most difficult, hardest things you got to do. Make against 20% of the tool, put your socks in it and keep your socks on for 3 to 5 hours.
I was going to say,
and keep on replacing the socks, and it's done.
you know, this is the old way of doing things in a way. This is what they called a poultice in the old days, right? And they used to use a poultice like in World War I. They used an Epsom salt poultice in order for, if anybody got an injury, a war wound or whatever, they put a poultice on it, and that would draw the infection out and, you know, make an environment for healing and that kind of thing. So, and then antibiotics came along, and that more or less replaced the idea of these poultices. So then they just jab you with the antibiotics, and they don't have to worry so much about that bacterial infection. But then the bacteria builds up the resistance to the antibiotics, and that whole thing is no longer as effective as it used to be. So this is why it's basically that sock is a poultice. It's a glass poultice. It's beautiful, and I think it's the perfect way. And the other thing with wrapping the body is like a body poultice. You know, it covers the whole body.
We're trying to offer in next 48 hours. The team are working hard on it. Literally system for this. The team in China is working on it very hard, and we will offer such a package. We totally see Corona as something manageable from now on. We passed it because now we look at a different way. We call it a post-Corona. We can live. Corona cannot kill anymore unless we leave it to the latest stages. And the biggest gain in this spread of the technology is from now on, there is no need for winter flu jabs. The virus, all these jabs which created more mayhem with the old people, and all that is gone, it's finished. In next maybe year, if we take it the way we are taking it, all these flu jabs become a thing of the past, because all these viruses will be handled by the new science. It's literally what I don't see. You have a flu, you keep certain gases at home, you buy it off the shelf in the supermarket, and it's there. 1 second it's there, you feel you got it, you do it. But then what is the next step? What new limitations will bring us? Would we walk in the snow and just come in, you know, and okay, it's a flu, I just jump in the bath of cans and that's it? We see a lot of changes. I have a lady who we are monitoring. I was on the line with her nearly an hour this morning. We're seeing strange, beautiful things coming up. Beautiful things coming up. We are seeing end of a lot of diseases. Data is getting collected, and the research will go to the Iranian new Keshe Foundation, the university connections, and the researchers will start. All the, what you call, clinical trials, 4 of them has been lined up to be done to start, with strange things. And it all come from what we call the new research. We have received a massive support to start this, and we won't let it go. And we'll see, diseases will not be there. Many, many diseases who have crippled mankind in next 5 years through this technology and development of different parts of it. And most probably in conjunction with the present sciences, we'll look at the new ways. The biggest mistake Bill Gates made was to allow us to come in this way. The population is going to increase opposite to what they wanted to do with this new technology. Less people will die because of now we can show it. And the other thing is, being at home so long, more children will be born. So the rate of the death decreases and the growth of the birth increases. What I was talking to one statistician, and we're looking at some data about a day ago, 2 days ago. I was discussing with Caroline a couple of nights ago, saying anticipated population to reach 12 billion on this planet by the end of the century, roughly. If we go the way it's going now, and the technology comes out, anticipated 12 billion will be by halfway this century. Means we won't have that much death in the next 30 years, but at the same time we have an increase in population. And all because of this corona, because post-corona now we look at it this way. You got how many? 3 billion locked up, more in a way. People lock themselves up. What do they do in the house? Create babies. They get bored. So we're going to have a huge population boom. We will have some deaths because of the cancers and the other bits with the corona. And then we have a long-term people using different aspects of the technology to live longer. So if you remember what I said, we don't have the critical mass. We can achieve the critical mass much earlier than we thought. We need more people on this planet. Far more, at least twice, to be a stable planet that we can keep our, what we call, total integrity of our structure of society as we build over centuries. We are short. We are very short.
And you mentioned in order to go to space, that would be a criteria, is to have enough population that if some of the population leaves, then it leaves enough to maintain the Earth and survive. Yes.
Put it this way, we've been through it in the past 3 months. What we saw, the corona took from us, leading scientists, doctors, lecturers. These are the people who will travel into space. These are the people who go to find out, not the farmer with his sheep. There is going to be, I already spoke in open ways with the officials. There has to be a restriction on the numbers. That we don't lose the position like Japan. Japan is in a critical condition with so many old people. They don't have enough to look after them, and there's not enough doctors. And then at the same time, there is not enough of anything because the people who built Japan are not there anymore. And that devotion to build a nation has gone. People want more time for leisure and pleasures to be, and it's changing. We don't have the critical mass to go into space yet. Don't have. If we make one move, if we lose 200,000, 500,000 educated people, what are we going to do? We don't have it. It'll take another 30 years to build it, or we go on a mass teaching and more or less encouraging the expansion of the souls. And to start teaching our children at a young age that they join that scientific mentality of science. When you look at the pictures coming from Iran, young girls, 8, 9, boys, 7, 8, are all making ganses and on the streets are spraying everyone. And they tell them what it is. And they're fascinated with the new knowledge and the science. So,
Mr. Keshe, sorry, go ahead.
Carry on.
You mentioned clinical trials previously, and we have someone here that happens to be a doctor with their hand up that would like to ask you something. I thought that might be Interesting. Amanda, would you like to open your microphone?
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Good afternoon. I talked to you a few days ago. How are you doing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have you managed to fix up your project yet?
Well, I have been first trying to decide which is the best type of guns to use, and I based on some intuition and also what I've read from one article you wrote, and I wanted to confirm that with you. I thought that maybe a mix of zinc, carbon 14,
I don't
silica.
discuss that in public with you, doctor. Not in public. These people listening, they go and do it and say, Mr. Keshe said. Send it to me in, in private. I know you spoke with Dr. Adama and your two lines are too far from each other. I asked her to speak with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so send it to me on the private chat. I'll look at it and I'll tell you. But the thing is, we want now to bring these operations of research centralized from Iran through to the other universities. This is one of the things the Keshe Foundation has even given a position to become a research institute as a university status. And in that proposition with the Iranian officials, once it takes shape in the next few weeks, we will open joint research on the GANs technology directly from leading universities in Iran with other universities.
Can't wait.
Yes, but we have to. We're planning it that way. And as I said, we respect the decision made by the Iranian officials.
Amazing. And I have another question for you, actually, about what you were discussing before, about that the strokes that we're seeing COVID are not that they do have COVID, but are not caused by the virus. If I understood well, are similarly other types of diseases or symptoms that we are seeing. So what my colleagues that are working on the hospitals, they do see that there is like all the inflammatory markers like PCR, interleukin-6, dimer D, all the prothrombotic markers are going up in these patients. So kind of like it's expected then that they have these strokes or they develop this type of symptoms.
Yeah, but what you got to do, the markers you have to look at is a reduction in calcium. That's the biggest marker. If you want to
reduction in calcium.
Yeah, if you want to confirm the corona, this is part of the research we have developed. You look for the marker of the calcium. And you see not increase in calcium, we see a reduction in calcium because the calcium is converted not into the energy which you are used to, into solid state. It doesn't count anymore as part of the blood. So the marker you have to look, we will issue a statement. This effect from the scientific paper.
Sorry, Mr. Keshe, you're breaking up there.
No.
Yeah. You have to. This is the balance we see, and
Mr. Keshe,
in a way, if you look at the
could you repeat that, please? I think we're having some bandwidth problems. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hello.
I think he's probably reconnecting his connection there for better bandwidth, I think. Oops, he's popped out.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, hello.
Sorry about that. I didn't know I'm on Caroline's phone, and Caroline works through her own network. And I walked away from the network and I went.
That was it. Okay, so we have to repeat the last paragraph.
The marker for doctors to look is reduction in calcium and increase in what we call creatine and urea. The marker is too high. And
increase in what?
read the scientific paper which is going to be released. It'll be in public in the next 7 days. We prefer, because this is still part of the research getting developed. And
absolutely.
And it will come out. The paper is in our name, so we are not releasing technology which belongs to somebody else, belongs to the foundation. And
absolutely.
And one of the what is going on? What is going on? Just 1 second, please. The little boy is excited. See something. Nothing? No? No, it's okay. You might have heard something. There are a lot of markers, a lot of developments in markers. We have to reassign a lot of things. We have to understand the technology of the Keshe Foundation, the way we see it, the way we teach it. That, as you know, when it comes to diseases, you look for all the ones which you said, and we look totally opposite to the ones which we look at. Like in cancer, we look at the elements. In cancer, you look at the different functions after the damage, what happened, what is produced more. And now in the corona, we have looked at back on our way, which is the traditionally looking at the structure of the body of the man, physical structure, and we have found the link. It'll be published in the paper.
Absolutely, so I will share it as much as I can.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have Ike with the hand up here. Maybe he has a question as well. Ike, can you open your microphone there?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Keshe.
We have a big echo.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the paper that is coming out, is it gonna be the same? Because right now we have pending interest for the GANS plasma units, and part of the request is some
GANS
kind of
plasma units for where? Which country?
I'm talking to Alex in Nigeria.
With Nigerian, I understood. I've seen your request. We deal with your government according to the Iranian officials.
So what does that mean? So we have to wait with the once it comes out, then we go through.
Anywhere you see there is a structure, you can go to as many people. They ask you for everything else. Now that the paper and the scientific evaluation is done by a government, it will be handled by a government. And this is one of the things. The negotiation will go government by government in transfer of the technology. Now it is part of dust.
Okay.
Us. I know I've seen your requests. Alex has sent it to me. I've seen it from Dr. Azar as well. But our response is very simple. Keshe Foundation works in conjunction with the Iranian government. And all disclosures, because they want what they call credibility. And when it's done by the governments, is not questionable. When you go, can you do this? Can you bring this? All this has been done.
Awesome.
And Keshe Foundation team is already writing the final pages of it, because it's a very lengthy document. The head of the Keshe Foundation has been providing all sorts of documents for backing all the publications we had. She's been working around the clock. We're trying literally bring all the things scientific backup into this paper. And it will be done, it will be led by the Keshe Foundation in conjunction and support of the Iranian government scientific organizations for this job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We most probably call an international conference for Corona in Iran very soon. It's part of the structure. The conference will be held in Iran, most probably on Zoom with national governments. There's a plan in the background, but we need another couple of weeks. Everywhere you go, they ask for accreditation. What is it? We want proof, this and that. This has all been done by the Iranian government. All of it, A to Z, has been done. And in so many ways, we are, as I said, we are on the streets of Tehran. And with 2 cities totally cleaned up now. And this one city, which now is the 9th day they have had no corona case. And it's only covered by the Keshe Foundation technology. We have no corona patients, we have no corona reports, we have had no death over 30 days. There's no other technology has been used to say that it could be in conjunction. And that's thanks to Dr. Azar, who brought this position for us.
The investigation being done with blood serum in several countries, is this on a good track, or is it?
I don't know.
Not
I don't believe in it because the fact is very simple. If you just listen to past half an hour now in this teaching, now, according to Rick, they say they have found the corona in toes. This corona in toes is a different variation. It's a mutation of it. The same with the corona in the children's throat, which has been announced by the British doctors. They've seen a new one. We see the brain one, the stroke. We see a lot of hidden stroke, especially in women, by corona. All these are different strands of corona, and we don't have an immune system. We don't have no immunization for it. So the only way, as I said before, and I was joking with the Keshe Foundation team, is because our team is continuously gets infected. It's amazing how these guys, they just get up, they go, and the Keshe Foundation team doctor stays with them all the time. We have one doctor who stays full time with the Keshe Foundation team, the head team, that the minute they see them, they go down, the doctor takes position immediately. Within 3 hours, they're back on their legs. And I always said to them, once we get the serum from all your bloods, the Keshe Foundation frontline, we most probably have a full vaccine because they got all of it. Every symptoms you call, this team has got. And they're going to, because they're there to do, they got access into hospitals that nobody has. They walk into hospitals with the Iran leading politicians, diplomats, or whatever, because they're dying. They just go there with the gases, they sit there and they give it to them and they monitor it and they walk away. But they pick up the virus themselves. And then the doctors in the background go for them. And they put them back together. It's like a Humpty Dumpty. It's not one way. The serum is one, and the serum is for the ones who survived. What did they survive? Because they're going to die. Are we injecting a serum from the people who are going to die from the cancer? Is already within the blood. Are we injecting literally with these serums new cancers into our people? There's a big problem with virus infections and bacteria infections and the way this has lied between the two.
This is the problem we have with every single vaccine on the market.
Oh, we don't need vaccines if you understand the work of the cancers. I think
I've got it very clear.
I think the research and development will come up on the back of work of the understanding what you call the gases and the bacteria and vaccines will open a new dimension. Pharmaceuticals will try to move on it very fast to make money out of it, but we move faster to teach public to make it themselves. The stranglehold on healthcare by pharmaceuticals is over because I'm looking at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of grown-up people with diversity of illnesses. In Iran, we are looking at who's recovered, but we are looking at what other effects has created this. And it's made a beautiful pattern. We see how we can manipulate which part of the gases for what and how we interact. And once we put it on a blueprint day of diseases, all of you have a blueprint. I have this problem, this is the gas, this is the ratio, this is how it's going to be applied, and it's going to be done. Doing the pharmaceutical, or very little bit of knowledge more to do. In a way, if you think of it, we'll make what we call a doctor out of all of you. And that's why you got to be in a space. You're the last man standing. Most of you, but just watch how many of you have made cancers at home and you stood the corona and the world leaders and so many scientists and everybody died of it. You're the last man standing, as I said before. You received your certification from Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute. You pass your test.
Mr. Keshe, we have a brilliant testimonial in the YouTube from Auntie here today who says, I left my parents some GANs to make spray and the bits to make a kit if they wanted. By my next visit, they were both drinking it off their statins, feeling fantastic, and had made cup 1.
Old people
this is typical.
Jumping in it.
This is typical. The grandmothers and grandfathers of the world and the young children are the ones that are really catching on to this, which is fantastic.
Yeah, because you can imagine they've been told all their lives you don't understand science and it doesn't work, you realize. Now they're the scientists. The old people are producing an amazing structure and understanding of the gases. We look at it, even in Iran, they get hold of it, they treat all the family, and the grandma has become the old medicine woman, we call it. And they just go to her, the whole family, they go, and the grandparents, now they become the doctors. And do you know what they do? They send a text to me, Mr. Keshe, the grandchild of this sister has this problem. What can we do? So we tell them, and they go and they make it. Oh, it's perfect, it works, the grandchild is okay. But they don't say it's our knowledge, it's the beauty of it. They all say it comes from Keshe Foundation. And the old people have got into it because now they see they're scientists, they enjoy it.
And they don't get put on the burning stick.
They are, the old people have found a way. They call I was talking to some, they're here on the line, you know, the parents now, the neighbors want to know, they teach the parents, and the parents teach the neighbors, and the neighbors teach the priest, and the rest of it. I had it in this morning from China. The grandmother calling saying, I want to move things, which cancers I need to move? How much of it do I need to move? They see their children living. They don't have the worry. They see the grandchildren being happy and away from diseases. And sometimes when I sit and I listen and I understand what this technology will bring to mankind, there's nothing yet. We haven't seen it yet. Eradication of hunger. Just give me a few more weeks. We have to break through. No nation, no government, no grain control will stop man to go hungry again. Just a few more weeks. We eradicate through this corona that people will go back in understanding. Once we open the channel, people will open it themselves. They'll rip it apart because now they get their freedom. They're in charge. Illuminatis cannot eliminate, and the Rothschilds can sit on all the pharmaceutical companies and the oil companies they set up to control. Worth nothing. You will do it. You will understand very, very soon how you will do it. It's not going to be everything changing. We'll keep the old structure, but we set it with new agenda. We're not going to close. The only places you will see closing, I see it, and I actually warned a number of people, take your shares out of the pharmaceutical. It will collapse to nothing. The game of robbing markets from pension policies for pharmaceuticals for new medicine to come, the new medicine is literally in your drawer. Depends which one you want to take out and which one you want to mix and cancel. And the same with more or less the food industry. We will come to just figures, not hype figures. And the next step, which I see, is what we call satellite feeding. It's on the horizon. We're doing some tests without people knowing in a couple of countries, where the same way as you receive app on your phones, we can feed you. This is the next maybe 3 to 5 years. It'll be maybe even now with Iran backing it this way, it's on the horizon. None of us will go hungry. No man will ever die of hunger on this planet. And it's not a dream anymore. If you see what we see, if you understand what is happening with Keshe Foundation and Corona around the world, I sit on the position where I receive all the data which I need to do, and somehow they pop up. I don't see maybe 5 years, 10 years maximum. And if the government want to feed the nation much faster, we shouldn't be hungry. Going to a restaurant, now all the restaurants are closed. Maybe they stay closed forever if we go this way. We go to restaurants, those large eatings will not be there because we go there for pleasure of just being there, not going there as a hunger. Pharmaceutical is gone through the window. What do I see coming out of this corona trial in Iran is amazing. There won't be any pharmaceutical left as such. in the coming time. And FDA is already gone through the window. World Health Organization is the biggest robbery vault in the world, built by one man poking up himself. We see very soon arrest of Bill and the whole of the World Health Organization management for deception. It's on the card. We just need it to move it, and it will move on its own. We see a lot of changes. World peace is achieved, there is no doubt about it. No government has arms to put soldiers. The arms will not come out of their boxes. Don't see it. The new technology, which I explained at the beginning of today, magnetic jamming, will destroy the whole of the what do you call it, American Navy floating bathtubs. What we said to you, don't do with what do you call it, with the gases in your washing machine. We shower the American Navy with gases, pure gases. The whole electronic will not do. We don't fire at them. We give them food. But at the same time, no electronic works. Voila. It's the reality. You'll see it. If with a 50-liter tank of 10% gas, we manage to stop a powerful pump for what we call the spraying of gases in the city, you can imagine what 200 liter will do on top of a most advanced, what you call naval fleet of United States. Don't touch it. Now try them to get every bit of gas out of the ship. We don't bomb them with rockets. We bomb them with the love of CO2 and gases and others we know, and that's it. As I said to an American officer a couple of weeks ago, I said, we send you a guns ball and we send you a tugboat. We give you the beauty of the guns and we tug you because you cannot float and you cannot more or less run anymore. Changed, a lot of things has changed. And it's not wishful. We are in position to deliver. And it's totally and absolutely thanks to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. He backed the technology. No one would have achieved this without the support of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. What the Belgians tried to steal and what you call the whole world media put a blackout. Now you cannot stop. People will wipe it out in no way. In no time. You want to die on the streets of Rome, Paris, New York, or you accept a new technology with delivery of it and we prove it. And it's more or less thanks to all of you, keeping it, bringing it, the whole of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, those who believed in it and worked on it and kept it alive and translated. It's not one anymore, it's the soul of collective. And it's there. And it's there, keeping it for 15 years. And in past 10 years, more and more, understanding the onslaught of one most famous pedophile. Now he's in box where he should have been a long time ago. Up Corona, now you see his supporters are the people who wiped him out, punked him up. They're even ashamed to say he's dead. Ashamed to say he's dead, and this is an insult on all of them. How come the technology is wrong and he dies of Corona? we'll see a lot of changes. Transportation will come very, very fast because the oil prices has crashed. And we'll find a new solution. We will release a new solution. We will deliver new solutions. We've been requested by the Iranian government to deliver new transportation, and we have responded accordingly. A lot of things will change in the next 5 or 10 years. Corona has brought it in. Now we work with it. Don't forget, the condition of the support for the governments for the new technology is signing the World Peace Treaty. One by one, they sign themselves in to receive the technology in the depth of a nation. Many of you signed it on behalf of nations 2 or 3 years ago. Now the leaders will sign under your signature. Go and find all those papers and have it ready. In a way, we call it ratification. When I sit and we hear what the Iranian government has laid out for the future of the Keshe Foundation, I have achieved what I came here for. Maybe we had to go through this process over years to get to this position. Maybe Corona is the best thing which happened to human race, to freedom from the shackles of physicality he built for himself over centuries and thousands of years. Now that we feed the physicality without killing, without destroying, would the shackles of loss of soul's energy for the deaths we cause to the animals and the plants will allow our own souls to elevate? Because every time we kill, we lose some. Now we don't. What would be the elevation of it? When you don't commit a crime, you don't lose any. That's one side that most of you have not no comprehension of. Once you don't consume, you don't kill to live, when you don't have to get so many, I saw these crab shoes, put like a milking machine to get the serum. We don't do these crimes. We live through our own soul, strength of our own soul. So it's not there to be done. And the more people understand it, we will have the lamb, we'll have the fish, but in the sense of texture and the feeling and emotion. And would a fish has any meaning for the man in deep space? Change of the game has come. And in so many ways, thanks to Corona, a lot of things has opened up. Government have to accept, and acceptance of the new technology is so rapid by governments will break its own dividends and its own problems. It's not going to be problem free. There will be people who try to use it to abuse the others, but it's the vigilance of knowledge which has to put people in position. If you are visual, you see what happens, how it's used, then you'll come to a new understanding of how to develop it. If we manage to get everything in order by Saturday, maybe by next Wednesday, a new era will start. 4 weeks we waited and we couldn't get moving, we couldn't understand. And we made one move last night in the Iranian teaching, and it was all because of one person, then everything has moved. There will changes. If you have shares in anything, just sell. You will see that the rocket falling of the shares as more and more new technologies and achievements will come through new technologies till to be registered, to be done. And don't forget, nobody can patent anymore because these technologies are open patent. So they can put their ideas, but the fundamentalist sits there as no patent. The beauty of it is, it's amazing what you will see, what you will understand, and it's thanks to Stanley and Ella, the head of the Keshe Foundation. The backing, support of publication of this new technology is publication of our teaching, our papers in Plasma Times. Plasma Times issues have been used as a confirmation of the scientific technology reference. And it's all been added, all been put in. And now officially it'll become a point of reference on the Plasma Time. Because all the scientific paper which backs it, explain it, is published in Plasma Time. And when you look at some of the scientific papers, maybe bought by a very few, but when you look at the clicks on the Plasma Time issues, especially the recent ones, it's tens of thousands, 30,000, 20, and people download up in their servers of the papers or the issues what they want. And it just builds up. And everything we put in position over years now has become part of this development. And when you receive the paper, which will be published internationally, will refer to Plasma Time. This page, this paper has been explained there. Line reference link. And how many of you worked to develop and put articles in? Now, once they go and read one, the other articles, the other part of it will learn and enlighten, and everything else to go with it. In a way, collectively, we put all the pieces together over years. Now, when the jigsaw has completed or is trying to complete itself, we see the bigger image and features of it. It's going to be a beautiful world to live in, without killing, without wars, without pharmaceuticals, without abuse of the human body. Maybe for the first time, mankind will see the heaven.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question in the Q&A from Mark, who says, Mr. Keshe said he was going to tell us about the bloodline of Jesus if we reminded him about it. That was more than a week ago. Is that something you'd like to discuss or not right now?
I think the bloodline of Jesus has to be understood by so many Europeans. And it has to be understood because it only evolves around European nations and what we call Western world. It's like Islamic world. The bloodline of Muhammad lives within the Islamic world. He had so many children, and so many children had so many other children, and they are a tribe of their own. So the same happened with Muhammad and his daughter. Christ and his daughter. If you look at the pattern of the spread of what we call Muhammad family, so many children were born out of, and so many children had grandchildren and the great-grandchildren. And in Iran, you literally can trace them down. They were, when you look at the turban of most of the ayatollahs and mullahs in Iran, each color has a meaning. The ones who wear a strike or a stripe of green means that they are descendant of Muhammad, because it's been kept. And so you have the same with Christianity, but that descendant blood has been kept, and Vatican destroyed all of it, most of it. In Vatican sits the history of the blood of Christ. Because it was kept. Ask yourself one question. If you have let's say Genghis Khan, you followed his sons and children and whatever, and nobody followed the Christ, are you so naive? And the Jews who left with him, they never became Christians because they believed in his New Testament, that's what they called, but they kept the Judaism because they are literally crucifying the Christians. And that's why you have so many Jews in that area of the France. They believed in Christ, but they kept, because Christians were getting persecuted. And they stayed Jew, but when the thing came and grew, the Jews stayed in their own way. They went back to their way. They came in with him. He didn't travel on his own. And a lot of Jews who believed in him in Jerusalem moved with him, followed his path to be with him. But when they got there, through whatever shapes and forms, they stayed the tradition of the Judaism and they stayed Jews, but the acceptance of Christ took too long. So the originals who came with him, they stayed that way. And most of the Jews became back to the Jewish because this wasn't getting anywhere. But the history, the bloodline of Christ sits in the walls of Vatican.
Mr. Keshe, there was sorry.
The daughter of Christ had children. And are amongst the what we call the Western Europeans in France and Spain. And they were noted because, you put it this way, everybody existed, had a name that the governments knew for taxation or whatever. And their name, they carry a specific name. Very much like you call us child. The blood of Christ carry a specific name. And none of you have broken it yet. is kept hidden. It's not that it disappeared. That was a sign. The way we say you are Kohen in Jewish religion or say it, the bloodline of Christ carries a specific name in Spanish and the French language. Go to Vatican and ask them to open up. And even today, when they appear as a bloodline, the respect for them is totally different. It's not that they're gone. They were kept from persecutions from the, what we call the Romans, and that was kept, that they could not destroy, because the Romans were after to destroy. They killed Jesus. Now anything would have been connected to it. Having a daughter wasn't unknown to the Romans. They knew he has a daughter. They knew that the wife, they knew his connection. Why the Christians are so naive about the truth about their own path of belief. If you are a Muslim and you understand it, the clothes of Muhammad, that's his name, every few years, the robe he wore, the shoes he wore, is well kept and is displayed somewhere around the world by the permission of the Saudi royal family. All the clothing of Muhammad has been kept. How much do you know? And very selective numbers displayed around the world for the Islamic world. The smell, the scent, the skin, his flesh. We all lose hair, or we have all been kept. The same is with Baha'u'llah. The same is what we have, is essence we have. The same has been kept with Christ. You go to churches, you go to temples, and they say this is the blood of Jesus. He bleeded on the cross, and some people collected it. Because only blood was left, the body wasn't there. And this came with him. The Christianity has been kept in such a what I call ridiculous blindness that they all follow and they don't ask a single question. Because they collected it, they connected it, and they closed it to the benefit of the Romans. Go back to the Armenians and dig out the history of those who believed in Christ when he left. They didn't follow him to France and the path he took. They followed his belief and his understanding to the east. And then they got more persecuted, and then they got, what do you call it, saved by the Iranians, and one of the kings of Iran built a city for them. There is a city called Julfa near Isfahan, which is built by the Iranian kings for the Christians to be protected from Romans and the rest. And then they were allowed to move up to the north, where is the Armenia today, to be protected, to be as far as possible from these things. So, you want to know the history of Christ? Look for a name. is one specific name. In Muslim, in Islamic world, we call it Sayyid. As I said, in Jewish, we call it Kohen. Christians have a name for bloodline of Christ. And it's only known to Vatican and to those who kept it that way. Christ lived, his daughter lived, and she had children. And those children have had many, many children over 2,000 years. And it's strange enough, is lying down exactly like Jewish religion through the daughter. You got to understand the bloodline through the daughter, how important it is that even in Islamic religion, if the two sides are Sayyid, the daughter becomes a Sayyid. It means the two families of men who get married into a family, the wife, the woman, becomes a Sayyid, which means she returns back to the origin. And they call it Sayyida Tawa. It means it goes back to origin. So this will follow the same with the Keshe Foundation. We'll go through the line of lineage of women, through the soul. But the history of Christianity has been orchestrated and fabricated by Vatican very, very deep. Don't forget, don't forget, if you look at the Christian calendar, or what we call the Armenian calendars, it's two different things, two different dates. It's a play of time, because in a way, the Christian calendars through Vatican, they played the same games as the Jews did, to play with the dates to fit. In Islamic religion or national calendars, is this day and it goes. We know where it is, everything. With the Jewish religion, that calendars is played with to fit. And so the Christians have done the same, to fit where it fits, that this day is done. They learned the gimmick and the games from the Jews. And they moved it by 3 months, not to coincide with what they brought as what we call Zoroastrianism or Mithraism. By 90 days, they just shifted it. And Easter was placed to match to the springtime, that it had some connection with what you call beginning of spring. Nobody has a right date for the birth of Christ. It's made up. It's what we call Christianity. It's like the British calendar. Everything falls on the Monday bank holiday. It doesn't matter where the holiday is. You have a 1st of May in a few days. In England, 1st of May is celebrated on the Monday. The holidays on the Monday, we call it the bank holiday Monday. Whatever it comes, it happens on the Monday. Because the whole structure is made up. So if you ask for a lineage, ask to open the vaults of the Vatican. And look in Latin for the word Messiah in the different conversion of alphabet. You'll find it. Christ made sure, Christ made sure during his life, his bloodline was protected. He had that wisdom. People still went to pilgrimage, they still went to see him. He still stayed a wise man. But he knew he won't let his wisdom take his life. In so many ways, the pain for Jesus when he was on the cross, it wasn't so much of himself. It was the pain of not seeing his daughter. He had such a love for the girl that that was the most painful things for him. And he made sure that girl stays protected and well protected, and protected as long as he was alive. He did. And he protected his grandchildren. He was alive when his grandchildren were born. He was a man who died just with the daughter. And he protected them. Ask Vatican to open the vault. Because Vatican destroyed everything, everything possible. Romans, you see what they did, Romans, in a part of the history, they asked to bring all the history, whatever, whoever wrote, and people thought they bring the history book is going to be written, and they burned and destroyed it to fit for their cronies in Vatican, or the people who brought the structure to fit the Roman Empire way of thinking. And it's something which might puzzle many of you. The grave, the body of, or the remains of the Christ is known to Vatican where it's buried as a man. And is well hidden within the structure of the area. And many of you just ask yourself a simple question. If he went and they knew he died, he didn't disappear this time as a soul. He was buried as a man. That part has been kept secret from humanity because then it doesn't sit and fit into the what we call fancy world of Romans that he went to heaven. How come he's got a place? How come he's got a body? How come he's got a grave? It doesn't fit into the persona that was built. So when I tell you, you will see, because now you understand the truth. You understand what happened. Where is the daughter? Where is she buried? Why do you call it a Fatima? Why do you celebrate it this way in Spain and France in different ways? How many of you have passed in churches and places of a temple and even in mosques of the past time, and you passed the body of the Christ without it knowing? He died as a man. He was buried as a man. You see, they block you in this understanding of the structure. Then you don't think this is another point. You say he went to France. What do you say? Historically there, whatever. He died as a man. Where is he buried? Where is the body? Your resignation does not fit into the intelligence of the man. You've been fooled. Now the truth is on the table. Where is the body of Christ? Who knows where it is and how is it been hidden? This question has never been put because they don't want you to think about it or ask the question. And I'll tell you one thing, Vatican knows. Where is the body of Mary? She didn't go to heaven. She didn't become a soul. She has a body. Where is that body? Where is the body of the daughter? Ask yourself questions, and then a lot of red lights comes up. A lot of question needs to come to answer. This is part of the development and evolution. Now, who's going to be brave enough to ask Pope? But what we see, the Pope will pop very soon. Now you tell me, he won the lineage, where it is, what happened to him. Everybody knew he was a Christ. Unless Mary went with another man immediately after he died. Was she in love with somebody else? He was just a spare part. And we know the daughter is there. What happened to them? What happened to the bloodline? Why do Christians never ask that question? What did the Romans in their empire hid from the public? Was Christ ever been brought to Rome? They controlled everything. And there were so many Jews leave Jerusalem following their master. One of the biggest gimmick in deceiving the Romans by the Christians of that time, and the Romans saw it from the stupidity of these people who are looking to have a, what you call invisible creator called God, was to build and support and encourage in a very hidden way the Crusaders. This way, they diverted the attention from what they call Christ and going to France and the rest of it. But if you look, the path of the Crusaders and what the Crusaders did, they were a tourist agency. That's all they were, very advanced tourist agency. The one who wanted to go and see, they moved them. And they made a lot of money out of it. If they would have said the guys in France, you think everybody would have done all these Crusaders hiding and going and paying a fortune to go and see the Jerusalem? Modern day Crusaders called tourist agencies. And it was a route of tourism that people were so stupid to pay, so we'd cash it in, and the Romans set it up for them. When you live in south of Italy, when you go to Bari, when you go to Valletta, and you go to Trani, and you see where the Crusaders coming through the front door of a church and the back door getting on a boat, it's a one big, what I call glorified tourist going on an adventure tour. Coming all the way to Malta and then going from Malta and collecting the headquarters of all the money here and there and collecting and building. And understand what happened with all these wars with Crusaders and the rest. It was a fight for income, huge tourism, but they glorified in a different way. Christians, you don't say it, but from outsider, we see, we look at it, the structure the way it is. Ask yourself a very few simple questions. Logical, not illogical. He was such a powerful man. He created such a commotion in the whole of Jewish community in Jerusalem, in Palestine, in Middle East, that many people walked it to be there. We saw the repetition very similar to people who used to go and see Jesus with the life of Baha'u'llah. If you read the life of Baha'u'llah, when he was banished to Akka in Haifa in Israel, it was a place, it was a dungeon, nobody will go. And people which heard the call of Baha'u'llah from America, from all over the world, used to travel all the way just to see his hand from his prison, standing kilometers away. Many people took this tourism to go and see him. And it's the repetition of what we saw again in Jerusalem. You're not going somewhere else. It's the same area. People used to go to see, but they made it as an invisible man. They couldn't tell him, sorry, he's moved to France. It's you got to be in that position to understand, because we had this as experience when when we left Italy, Belgium to go to Italy, we made a decision overnight because we were there a month just before that time when we moved to Italy. We were in Italy to receive a prize for peace from Italian, whatever it was. And when they came and they were beating Caroline, I said, Caroline, we have a choice. Which way do you want me to drive? And I said, we go to Italy because we were there. I said, I know a place. We passed it. We've been there. It's beautiful. We can stay there till we find a place. So we put the 3 suitcases and the dog and what do you call it, the chickens and everything else when we left. And when we went the first time, we stayed in this hotel in, what do you call it, in near Desenzano. And we stayed in that hotel in a suite for 3 weeks till they found the house and we could move. And because the hotel was so nice to us and it was a pleasant place to be, it's a beautiful place. Some of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers found out that we stayed in the hotel because, and then we had a couple of conferences in there. I happened to go there after months because it was nearby. We enjoyed to be there. Some of our meetings was in that hotel whenever we wanted. And the manager of the hotel said to me, Mr. Keshe, do you know what's just happening? I said, yeah. He said, the room you stayed in is more or less fully booked. People call, they say, we want to stay in the room Mr. Keshe stayed. And he said, we know that room, we call it Mr. Keshe's room. He said, we didn't know when you came, but a lot of Italians, people just come in and book to stay. And it's the same pattern. We see it, it's the way human race is. And if so many people, so many Jews, not 1 or 2, thousands of Jews followed Christ into France, Germany, and what do you call it, Spain, thousands. And then they saw a line of business as Jews are. So they opened the direction to where they didn't have connections. Jews as businessmen control the finances in the olden Palestine. Literally, there were trustees and there were financiers. When what you call people traveled from, let's say, Palestine to, let's say, Kandahar in Kabul, they needed the stations where they sold somebody's goods for them and they collected the money. They wouldn't carry the money to the next station. There were trust houses, which were mainly Jews. And they left the money there, that it goes back to the guy who could sell. Silk Road, operation of the Silk Road as a trusted bankiers or financiers and trustees has been done by the Jews. Now we find the original Jews in northern China on the Silk Road. And this is how they control the finances, because they became trustees. They put themselves in that position. And the same came with the France and the rest of it. And when they moved to what they call Central Europe. I'm most probably the last generation who's spoken to to the last of these people who've been part of it, because my great-grandfather, my grandfather was part of it, my great-grandfather. And I sat and I listened to my uncles who went the journeys with my uncle, my grandfather, or my great-grandfather. Now they don't exist. Now they became bankers. The Jews were trustees. At the point of arrival, you left the money with them and the money went back to the people who brought the money. And every time you handled the money, you took your percentage. And you can imagine on the Silk Road with all the camels going and everything else. And Muhammad was part of that structure. Muhammad was a merchant. And he had to deal with the Jews, and that's why he came to understand them. He had to deal with the Christians, because that's how he understood them. He had to trust and leave his money with, because they used to get robbed on the deserts with all the camels. If you understand the history and the culture of the area and what it is, you'll understand more. I sat down and I listened to my grandfather, listened to my great uncles who were the travelers on this route. They used to go from Palestine to Kabul. When I used to sit and listen to my great grandmother, she was in her 80s and 90s. How at the age of 9, 10, she got married. She was married to this man, and he decided, and she had to go with the children. Then you see a different angle. You see a more open view, and your prejudice goes because you see more facts, what things are there. But you ask a priest, where is the body of Mary? Where is the body of the daughter of Christ? How come we have everything detailed and suddenly we don't have detail about this? It's there, all been written, but collected to be abused. And when you go to olden days, there were no difference in Christians and Jews and the Muslims, and they all worked together. It was that you went to that building to pray, I go to this building, you believe in that. They were one. This religion separation and division of man to path of belief is more or less more and more encouraged since the British came in. They found out through religion in Jerusalem, they can create division and make money, and that was all their plan. I've said this before, if you haven't heard, or maybe not in public. I met my uncle just before he dies in 2000 in Tel Aviv. And it's the last time I saw him, because after that he died of diabetic. And I spent time with him, and it was like he knew it was the last time we meet him, and he wanted to tell the life story of his life, and now was something to pass on, and what he wanted to be known by the grandchildren of the family. And he explained a lot of things in hours and hours of being there, even though I was brought up with them in Iran, when they were in Iran, and they were the first generation to build the state of Israel. They moved out of Iran to Palestine. He said a lot of things to us, which, you know, it stays in your brain and it stays in your mind. He said, you know, your grandfather, he had such a beautiful voice that we used to travel from Palestine to Kabul, where the family used to live, and then he moved them to somewhere else. And then after a few years, he moved them to somewhere else. He he used to pass Karbala, which is the most holy land in Islamic world, in the Shia path of belief. And he said, you know, he had such a beautiful voice that he used to go and they used to let him to sell the azan, the morning prayer in the mosque in Karbala. Whenever he knew he's in, he used to pray in the Islamic mosque. We're reading the verses of Quran for prayer. This is how, now they call it interfaith religion, whatever. In the past, this is how they lived. He said, it's amazing now. What we used to do, now it's become a crime. And if we put our prejudice aside, you can pray in any place. Carol and I, we go to a city. One of the places we go to the churches, we go to the mosques, churches, the Jewish temples, they don't let you in, they're scared of their own shadow. They've stolen so much that they think everybody is stealing from them. But we go to churches, we watch the beauty of it and the views of it. And when you walk into many sort of churches, you know where they belong and who they belong. You look at the floor, you see the path, you see the tiling, you see the statues at the beginning. You know which group they belong to, because the churches are like syndicates. You walk in, you see the blackest Jew. You walk in, you see the check floor. You walk in, you see the hidden chambers for those who have a different path of belief. It's all there, but you don't pay notice. We do because we know, we understand. If you go to the church of Bergamo in northern Italy, you have a normal church in the mountain, in the hill. But when you go behind the altar, there is another church of black statue, which belongs to Illuminatis. All the paintings behind the, what you call, front, is another church. All black painting, all black statues. If you get a chance, go to the Church of Bergamo and see it. I've been there, and it's amazing. The Illuminatis and what's called Rothschilds wanted us to see it. It's a normal church, but everybody goes there. You can only go there more or less in the back if you know and you're allowed to, more or less. And it's the same arch, it's the same black statues behind the altar. It's another church inside the church. And I said before, are these black behind? Are those the real ones who came through the line of lineage of Christ? And those who moan, and then they become a group?
Mr. Keshe, strangely enough, there is an article today in the Veterans Today that we know so well on the bloodline of Christ, called "The Merovingians Are Returning."
You know him, he always listens to the teachings.
Maybe.
And he takes his line of writing.
Yeah, it's not just a coincidence, maybe.
No, it's not a coincidence. He sits always in the background and says, okay, let's write the article about this. We all know who he is and the way he operates, huh?
Yeah, it's quite detailed with all the history and so on. So it's quite
Yeah.
interesting.
This is what you ask. I promise I'll do. He's done his work. It's not coincidental. These CIA guys and American intelligence and any other name, they always sit around us. They're in these meetings and they listen to the recordings. He is on the daily contact with all the Keshe Foundation original team.
Mr. Keshe, I've always been fascinated by a group of people. They were called heretics, but they lived in the south of France and the north of Spain, and they went by the name of the Cathars. And in the 1200s or so, I think his name was Pope Merciful or some name like that. He ordered that they all be eliminated, and they had their belief was at odds with the Catholic belief, and they were tortured and massacred and burnt at the stake and many things. Would that perhaps be part of the bloodline of Mary and Jesus in that area, do you think?
Do you know the name of heretics? What name they carried?
No.
Go and find out.
Yeah.
Go into tax papers of the Romans' time, which was immaculately kept.
Uh-huh.
You see, there is a way, if you understand the meaning of it, you know, in a symbolic way. You know that Moses, they say you hear a lot of Jews speak with what we call the tip of the tongue. They speak with Tether. And they say they come from the true bloodline of Moses, because when what I call the Pharaoh wanted to kill all the males, and then he was found, and he said, "This is a stupid child." He took a fire and he put it in his mouth and he burned his tongue, and for the rest of his life he started talking Tether, because if it stays in your gene for 25 years, it becomes a part of your DNA. And they said the real Jews who are connected to Moses, to him, have that characteristics. If you listen to the Jews, a lot of them speak that way, especially Kohans. It's a very, if you're not in it, you don't understand, you don't know it. But being brought up in that, you see it. And now you have to understand, daughter of Christ watched what we call crucifixion of his father or her father. And you have to understand, watching a man to be put with nails in his body, then you understand where to look for in the Christian line of his blood. It left a deep scar. I have given you all the, what do you call it? All the lines where to look when they opened the Vatican to take the stones back to Colosseum. I don't know if you've seen a picture. I don't know how true it is, but it's amazing to watch it. In the fire of Notre Dame a few months ago, when the fire brigade has gone to put the fires out, they found basement of cash, huge amount of cash, notes from all over the world is stashed away. And this is what they keep for daily work. And now in these vaults around the world, in Vatican and the rest, it's all the traces, the full history of Christ is there. They collected it, they destroyed it, that they can keep that Methodism of going to heaven and resurrection stays. Why did they bring the resurrection? If it's resurrected, where is the body? So, in a way, they watched the transformation of the soul of the man to physicality. If you understand as part of what is said, that he blew life into a dead body and he was alive. Did he do that to his own body? Isn't that about him? If Christians ask a very few simple questions, which they've not been allowed to ask, then you'll soon find out the whole story about Christ. Keep it mystic has allowed them to abuse your soul.
So Jesus left his physicality in that form and then remanifested himself back into physicality, just like what we are learning currently with our cups and cup of man and all and so on. Is that correct? That we're learning that?
That's what I said in teaching last time. You're learning resurrection. You do the same. If the pain comes so much, as we saw the rich men when they lost their family to Corona, they took their lives and they jumped off the, what do you call it, hotels and their companies. When we see big crises, the top guys who can't take the losses, they take off. And when you hear that body hitting the ground, now the man has a choice. You don't need to go through that. Now you know this is physical conditions. I move, I change. I don't need to stand the pain. And our Christ did. He's a very clever man because he enjoyed the pleasures of life. And I always said, we come here to enjoy the pleasures of physicality. But Christ enjoyed it too much. in so many ways, if you look at the history of the Vatican and the way they run Rome and the way they made money to build the Rome, or what they call the Vatican, it came partially from the behavior of Christ. But they saw it as a money making. Christ spent more time enjoying himself physically than he spent teaching. And he was so happy because he enjoyed the physicality so much that he always brought happiness to his people. Man of pleasure brought pleasure. And then the Vatican saw it as a way to make it money. If you go back on the history of the Vatican, they built house of prostitutes next to the place. And the man went to sin and they collect the money when he paid to the woman. And then he came to confess, they collect the money again from him in the church because of his confession. The original money, Romans wouldn't give it to them, was built on prostitution. And it hasn't changed now that prostitute souls and children.
We have Brandon here with a hand up. Perhaps it's time for a question from him.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for this teaching.
Yeah.
I was wondering when you were saying that.
Do we know, could you introduce yourself? It's a tradition, we say who we are, where we come from.
Oh yes, thank you. So this is Brandon Day from America.
Which part of America?
I'm in the New Mexico Republic of America, Almaroc.
Yep.
So thank you, and I'm wondering. I've never heard anyone address the lineage of the Christ in this way, and in 2007, I had this experience where. Do you know what they call what they call in the Catholic thing the sacred stigmata?
Yeah.
So
You want to explain to our people what it is?
Sure. It's when people they bleed from the wounds of Christ. So some people experience them. Their side opens up at the spleen area, and some people they have blood coming from their heads, and some from the hands and the feet. And in 2007, I experienced this, but it wasn't open wounds. It was just the scars came up on my hands and my feet. And I don't go to church. I've always been very skeptical of churches, especially the Catholic Church. And but I was essentially in a type of a state of ecstasy and having visions for weeks. And not taking any substances for this, just in a natural state. And but I just had the scars come up. I've never heard of anyone having this and so it never really made sense until what you said about the imprint of this on the body. Do you? I was just wondering if you had any wisdom to add to that.
In so many ways, it's within our structure. And this is when you reach that point, as I say, you can manifest yourself in another position if you understand it to do it. It's within our structure, what we call psychosomatic, that we do that. It's a psychosomatic. You bring it up, you put it. I was explaining this in one of the teachings somewhere, but even recently. We have within ourselves the power to amputate part of our body, if need be.
I see. Well, that makes sense.
Yes, we have, because we always had that, but it's something we lost. Same as the evolution of point of the pain and the fear and creation of certain chemicals that leads. We can even direct it to where and when. We direct our prostate cancer. We direct our cancers to where we want it because of the emotion it creates. Man's brain is so powerful. And you understand, if you understand this, you can do anything to yourself. In certain ways, people do amputate their, God knows, whatever they like to show their power. And they have the power to bring it and to put it together in a very, very high levels of, we don't need any drugs. Our body produces it. And so you can create what you want. You can create a cancer scar is nothing. And we have, it's within us. This is what, in a way, the answer, you answer a lot of questions. If you can do that, you can go to your soul. You can reach the power of your soul. And if you say you never heard this to be done, you haven't been on many Keshe Foundation teaching, because we have discussed this many times in different shape or form. What we hear and what is in discussion in the background at the highest level amongst the world religions is what is going to be the next step. We all call the bluff in and we accept, or we stick to get rid of this bluff, wait for the next one to come. And all we call it is the truth, and we close shop. And there is a very high pressure at the highest levels around the world in religious circles. Let's call it a day. We played the game for 2,000 years, 6,000 years. It's time to call it a day. And this is the only way that people will go with it. Don't forget, they have interfaith meetings, and just because they come meet, Zoom still operates. What we see in communications in the background, there is a discussion. Let's call it all of us today, Mongo. But who's going to do it? Who's going to call the bluffing first? You can't have the Christians to say the Messiah has come and the Muslim says no. Or the Jew says, no, it hasn't happened yet. So we want to go in the magic circle, see if he does all the magics, then we accept, then you accept. Or you take it to the public who's seen the magic, they say, forget about it. We understand the knowledge, nobody can be a magician. The process of calling it a day, fooling the soul of the man, has started a few weeks ago. And with the corona, and with what is there, and the more, you see why corona hasn't, why the church hasn't, why the religious people haven't managed to solace man in the time of pain. The question is going to come out, a lot of it. A few who go religiously to these places without thinking, you cannot change it. But a lot of people is going to ask the question, what happened to the time when we needed you? The process is not, as I told you, slowly we open up. It's not just the banking world is collapsing, it's just the pharmaceutical and everything else. The world of religion has run into the same problem. And there is a massive movement in the background. Those who are of the school of the thought to finish it is they are looting. They are transferring a lot of wealth into their families and their own private accounts. Now, when it goes, we open the Vatican, the money is not there, where it's gone. There is a lot of movement is taking place to hide the wealth into their now in their names. They've done it for centuries. If you look, the family of many priests own half of the city. They saved with the church, and the church did not send anything to Vatican. The guy gave it to the brother and the sister. He opened a business. They stole from God. Yes.
So, Mr. Keshe, what you're saying is that what had manifested through my body unconsciously is really a small change when we begin to do this consciously. Because I have heard the teachings of talking of growing brains and fish and body parts, and I guess I hadn't seen that what I did was a simple manifestation from that was not on purpose, but when we actually have the knowledge, it becomes a much higher stakes, bigger picture.
We have to look at the bigger picture. And this is what I tell you, you have to look at the knowledge in its totality. Then nobody can fool you, because then you understand how you done it. How it's done. Then you don't accept all these gimmicks of whatever comes. You got to understand something. This time, we didn't take the soul of physicality. We enlightened the soul of the man, which makes the soul of physicality. For the first time, we teach to the soul, and we live amongst the souls. And this is what you will see in time. Mankind will understand this way the whole of the creation. You don't need to go to the next step of religions and faith and Muslims and Christians and Juju from planet this and Dada from another planet of that. And you take it according to maturity of your understanding. Where you don't understand, you get stuck. And then you have to ask yourself, is that the level of my understanding? Is this how much I comprehend? In understanding, we become wiser. And in wisdom, we become very, very rich. We look, we work. We have to work, otherwise there's no sense in being here. And in so many ways, now you understand how you scarred yourself. Now you understand how you can give yourself a prostate cancer. Now you understand how you give your breast cancer. And now you understand how you can create life through the interaction of the souls and give it the dimension of physicality as you want. You speak this outside the circle and understanding of the Keshe Foundation knowledge because they say, ooh, cool. But now you understand. I hope some of you understand that you can transfer that knowledge on. Humanity has been waiting for this light. And now that it opens up, the creative fire no one has seen. We lit the fire of the soul and the knowledge of the universe. And there is nothing higher than that. The hunger to understand it will consume man's life for thousands of years. Man will not have time for trouble to shoot or kill. Man has got enough to find out what he hasn't understood. You remember, many of you who were here long enough, we praise for the soul of the world leaders to create peace. And if you remember, we gave to the soul of the religious leaders to make peace, to come to the truth. One has happened and the other one has already completed world peace, and the other one is in the process of completion. Let me explain to you in a simple word. So many people in Saudi Arabia have died. And not many people will go to Mecca because there is so much corona. Doesn't matter how they worship, in the hotel rooms and everything else is there. Now you have to come in to understand, would the people wait and go to Mecca to get corona to die? Then we have to understand more about ourselves and what we have accepted and what we've been lied to accept so blindly. And in the process, how much we are going to sacrifice, to compromise, to fit into. You have to move on. You got to close it. Sorry, we switched over. When you know, when you ask questions, when you question yourself in what I believe, what I've been made to believe, you don't put it to somebody else to justify it. You put it to yourself. And if you can fool yourself, you can carry on with anything. And in so many ways, can the human race cross that line? Not to lie to himself. Then you make what you call one nation. That one nation comes from oneness up between your soul and physicality, and then you expand it to cover more. We have no nation. If you think of it, some of this microphone is open. If you think of it, that you have become a little bit more wiser, you have become advanced, and you see yourself as being better than others, and you understand more, and you ask, okay, now we are one nation, we don't have borders. Is that going to be the limitation of you now you understand the operation of the soul? Or does the whole universe becomes one nation for you? Or do we have a problem in the near future now to get you to forget about just the planet? The border doesn't finish with the atmosphere of this planet. It goes beyond. Now we're going to have a second battle. Or do we accept the totality of it as one nation, the whole of the universe, as one race, to be the whole of it? We come from one creator. And the religion, what is the religion? What is the race? What is the planet? Doesn't our planet becomes the home of the creator because we are one? Or are we going to have another lot coming in explaining to you, guys, you got rid of the borders which you had, but unfortunately there is no borders around planet Earth. Let us explain to you a little bit more. We take you to universal galaxy, and then you want to be another 1,000 years believing another bunch of prophets who call themselves magicians, and they say, you know, guys, we go into the universe. Now we have one nation universe. And then they want us to go and then rub it on further that you're all part of one creation. Your one nation is the totality of the created by the creator. Then which tune do you want me to play? Or has your understanding reached that level that when we say one nation, it's the totality of the creation, what the creator has created? You become part of, because now you're aware of his existence of your soul, which has come from the same source as him. It doesn't have a concrete floor and 220 volts here, and on planet Zeus is 60 volts. It's now is one. This is what, if you go to teaching, say plasma has no resonance, which means never reaches physicality. And isn't that the state of the soul of the man? I told you I can teach you anything Depends on your comprehension. Depends how open you are to the truth, to yourself, not to anything else. How many more magicians would you want us to send? That then the next step will be galaxy, and then the next step will be we just extend the border, or we accept the totality and being open-minded, understanding it, we open our souls and then we elevate. Do you want to wait for a delivery man, or you go to the restaurant to enjoy yourself? Which? Do you deliver the knowledge of the Creator to your own soul? Than waiting for somebody. Now you know you can. It's not Keshe Foundation meeting in where a guy says, "Can I speak to you? Because I was told I cannot speak to you without your guy." I said, "Do I have a permission to speak to you? I don't know who you are. I'm a professor, so and so," he says. Are you still going to go through intermediaries of prophets, the Pope, the Vatican, and the rest of it? Or do you see your own understanding of the totality that you can be in communication and in line with your Creator? How can we teach you? We tell you take from universal energy. Where does it come from? Except from the Creator. And then, how much of it do you understand? And then how much of it is to your benefit to understand? As the guy said, what's in it for me? Maybe you have to ask a question, what's in it for my soul? That I can elevate my soul. I don't become a rub under a bunch of popes and the rest of it as I travel. Unless you always fall and then you find out, oh, what happened? Till you see the next one. And then you realize, am I naive or am I so honest that I don't see the dishonesties? You know, when I was in Wajid, I went to Tehran after 3 weeks of staying in a specific place, and then they took me to give me a beautiful apartment to live in with everything else. I didn't have to do anything. So I went for a venture walk for the first time in a way of bodyguard's distance, but you just watch and see to learn and enjoy the beautiful air and fresh air of Tehran. And it was amazing for me after breathing in this air. After 30 years, the smell was home. And I walked down the street, very, walking, enjoying. And I came across a woman, young woman, a young man, and a child in their arms. And they must have seen me coming and my simplicity of not understanding what a game was played. They said to me, "Oh, we just come from the village. He's sick. We have to stay in the train station hotel. We don't have money." We walked. I should have thought, my God, train station is about 10 kilometers away. How did you walk this much with a child? But you're not in there. You're absorbed to anything else. And I said, how much is the cost? To me, it was nothing because we carry European euros. It's peanuts. It's like £2 or £3, but what they were asking for to the amount was whatever it was. And I felt good. I accepted, and to me, I did something good. Till I walked another half a kilometer, and I saw another couple telling me the same story. The bells rang. I've been taken for a ride. How many more religions do you want us to take us for a ride? In what name? whose caravan of truth we live, always see the truth, you ask yourself a single question. 10 kilometers with a child, 20 kilometers with a child walking here. Or we get carried out or carried away with the lies of the time. If you notice in all the teachings, we always teach you to be independent, to be yourself, to do it yourself, to teach. And we teach you learn more. We haven't built a cult, we haven't built a religion. We build a world that the man can ask himself a question about the creation anywhere in the universe. And if it's honest enough to receive the answer, to survive. Survival not by the dimension of physicality, but by the soul. When we say we are the creator, we are the soul of the creator. Has no dimension of physicality. But the process on this planet is its own terms. We don't come to start a revolution. We come to bring evolution. Evolution in science, evolution in understanding of a man's soul, its own essence of creation. Revolution, we slaughter everyone, we listen, this is what it is. We become another sword and become another cross. The one nationness comes from oneness of the creator. The one race becomes the race of the universe. And then you can understand the totality. There is one universe, which is the home of the creator. And everything else is created out of his eminence and his fields of creation. So you can sing any song you like. In a way, in past 10 minutes, I close all the doors to anybody comes and becomes a prophet of the galaxies and the universes and everything else to become intermediary to cash you in. But this time, they cash from your soul. There is no banks, there is no notes. And we say, thou shalt not steal. You cannot let no one steal from your soul. Bribing, you need to see me to get to him. It's very easy. You say, I can go and ask him myself. If you look in all the Keshe Foundation kronas will become the basis for the future structure. I'm always there. I set it up. You have a question, you come to me. If I understand it, if the question is there are listed thousands of it, you get answered. Never any science, and especially about the evolution of soul of the man, has been put so directly in the hand of people. We brought a gift. It's for you to take it, not to steal it. And when you take it, it's to elevate your own soul. Don't interfere with others. You cannot buy it, take a piece, it's another piece of cake. I take one home for my son. You can tell the son there is a cake there if you want, you can pick. But this is the decision. Try without with the corona, most of you are locked in. Don't meditate. Try to understand the operation of your soul. And then you'll find answer to a lot of things. And in a way, this is a pre-training flight. You become astronauts. Now instead of putting you in a pool and in a spacesuit, we have given you the dimension of this opportunity to Test yourself. How much, what you see and what you understand about your own creator of physicality. And if you understand that, which is your soul, then you try to understand two ways. A lot of intermediaries, you wait till they come, or you understand the essence of the creator, which created the soul. Then every other excuse you make, it's a level of your understanding and intelligence. We gave you many opportunities. We showed you if you want to have what you call UFO, you want to carry your physicality, your spaceship. We've shown you the way you can travel with the dimension of physicality. And the next step for mankind is, do I need intermediary, or can I have the gift to be in touch and communicate with my own creator without intermediaries, that I can get enlightened by his knowledge. Finding closeness and friendship with the soul of the creator will be the next goal of the mankind, or the totality of the universal community. This has never been given, now it's open to do. And this is what we said from the beginning. When we open the space to man, all will be equal on the same level, that nobody can abuse the other. And you can understand the others equal, worse, or better than man in understanding the evolution of their soul, their creation. So even those have raised. We can't come and raise only man and then you lot become the prophet to the other ones to cheat because they didn't understand. Now the whole of universe, knowledge of creation and the creator has been blown in the soul of the creation. Nobody can cheat. People from Earth who understood the operation of the soul, they don't become Martians that they know more. You all know the same.
Speaking of Martians, Mr. Keshe had a question from Mark in the Q&A. How can you recognize a person from another planet, like you could at one of the conferences, apparently? And Mark had his hand up here too, so maybe he could ask it personally.
Which Mark?
Mark Curran is this Mark. Mark, do you want to open your mic and go ahead?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Mark from Cape Town again.
Hi, Mark.
From South Africa. I remember about...
Hey, your accent.
Sorry?
I can say from your accent. I live with you a lot enough to know the accent.
Yeah, I know. You told me the last time.
Yeah.
I remember about, I think it was 2 years ago in one of your conferences, you said you could recognize another person from another planet.
And the lady stood up.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember if you said it was a lady or whatever.
Yeah.
But I've always been thinking about that, what you said, and how did you actually recognize it as being someone from a different planet?
It's not from a different planet, it's a different shine. You have black, white, yellow, and different understanding, different lights manifest your source of creation.
You don't see arms and legs. You see the intensity. You know this light. You see, amino acid soul creates a specific light. Yeah. So if you are created from another structure, you create a slightly different light. The soul of human being is very easy to know. And you'll find out by the strength of the light, in a way, how close they come from the source of the creation. Then you see how much they evolve. It's not the evolving, they've been elevated. To be close, you shine different, you have to have a different power. Mankind has a lot to learn, but in time, you look at the man in the eye of physicality, I look at the man in the eye of physicality and the strength of the soul.
Thanks for answering that.
You're welcome. I hope you understood when you see the next soul, and then you learn this soul comes from there.
Oh, that's what I'm going to try and see.
As I said in teaching yesterday, in the soul teaching, understand the work of the cup of man to extend your soul, and not the cup of man to drink from it and limit what we call yourself to physical dimension.
Mr. Keshe, when you say that you see this light, this emission, it's like a radiation light. It's not a glow, apparently. Are you saying you literally see that? You're not talking about it figuratively as, you know,
No, you see it.
flowery language. This is actually something you visualize at that time.
No, it's not visualization, it's a sense. It's not that you see the light, you understand the strength of it, the way it is.
So do you
in so many
feel it
ways, you don't see it, you don't see it with the eye of the man to be the light.
Okay.
But you see it in the dimension of tangibility, the strength, the feeling, the emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very easy. It's what you call like a double vision. And you walk in, you see,
like there's this saying, some people light up the room, and if you can go into a room and you see someone like that, they're sort of glowing in a way.
Depends if you want to manifest yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, I walked in with Caroline in the Ox of Braconnier, the lover of the king, and it took me 1 second through the soul. I knew I asked one question to confirm the physicality, confirming the thieving man. And that was it. I didn't need to ask a question. If you notice, in many times we ask people questions, it's very specific to the point where the answer is. It's not a questionnaire, Chelsea, one of them. Direct question directly goes to what it is. Because we talk to the soul, and the soul, this is what it wants to be told, the physicality doesn't understand. And it's not coincident. We had
Yesterday, after I was with you for 4.5 hours, whatever, which I accidentally happened to answer Caroline's phone. I got stuck there for God knows how long with the soul teaching. I went into, I told you, I went to go into the Iranian teaching. And I was there till 1.5, 2 o'clock in the morning. And we had a lady who came on, and she wanted to express herself in how do I confirm, how do I, and it was, in a way, I asked her 2 questions. I didn't ask her anything else. I said, have you ever loved? She said, yes. I said, have you ever had children? She said, yes, but I killed it. And I said to her, what do you mean by killing it? Oh, I had to have an abortion. And I didn't ask anything else because the pain was sitting in losing a life. There was no indication, there was nothing. It's just, I knew she wanted to, everybody knows her pain and why she doesn't have belief in it, because at the young age, she has to terminate the life. She cannot handle it. Because we see the soul. We hear the soul, not the way you see it. And when you become wise in the dimension of the life of the universe, you hear everything, even the laughter of the Creator. But you have to be wise to recognize what you see and what you do. People lie to me in my face on the line. I don't say anything. I just know through the soul there is something else somewhere else. We accept it. I don't say anything. How many of you told me lies for years in Foundation? Have I ever told you to tell a lie? No. But my soul said things in different way that your soul finds peace with its own behavior and action. When we give our love, we give the totality, and it's for you to take it if you understand it. So you have to grow up, and you got to understand. When you see a light, then you understand the language is all the same. You know, it's like everybody speaks English on this planet. Universe has one language. Everybody speaks that language because it's there. This means this. We haven't created many languages that we have the translation offices. I've never seen communication translation offices to one language of the universe to another. Because when you reach in that point, it's the same. How do you measure the feeling in which language? If you speak 2 languages or 3 languages, when you feel pain, do you feel it in the English language or in the French language? When you fall in love, do you feel, oh, je t'aime, or you say, oh, I love you, which way do you measure it? That's what soul is. Then you classify it in the understanding of the language. I prefer to say je t'aime. And the other one says, I like to say love. But how many times you made a mistake when you're cuddling your lover and you speak 2 languages? Oh, so what do you say? Oh, I just told you I love you. It's just, you know, my head is somewhere else. How many of you have had friendship, relationship with somebody from different language or different culture? And in understanding, you got mixed up and they speak different language, but the emotion is the same. The emotion has no language. It's you who translated in which language you want to see. If you go out with a French girl and you say, I love you or whatever, and she doesn't understand English, does it change the emotion you want to express to her? And then you speak in her language and she understands. So souls have no language. It's us who's got to understand it. But as an emotion, God said, I made you in the image of myself because I feel the emotion. I feel the essence. And then you translate it to any language you like, Martians or whatever, whatever. I told you, I teach you everything that you understand. There is no magic. But do you understand what is taught? That's a different proposition. Now, as we see, as I told you, you watch. There is a massive discussion amongst the religious leaders. Are we going to jump, close everything down, or are we going to go? But one religious leader, for a specific reason, has made the decision. I'm going to call it a day. And when he calls it a day, it cannot be a war on earth. You had the wars in killing yourself, physicality. Now, one cannot say it is, the other one say no, it is not, the other one say it is. Everyone goes back to their soul, they decide. And the conditions has been made for that decision to be made. The discussion is not if he is or not. The discussion is how we can bring it that it doesn't disturb too much. Past the point of yes or no. It's just that how it can be accommodated. Because the alternative is so horrendous, nobody wants to come to it. We teach according to the understanding, but we teach beyond the understanding that when you understand, you see the answer has already been there, that it opens the next level for you to learn more. When we share the love of God, we share the love of the whole creation. Because it's made of all, it's not just one. It makes you wise when you think. Any other question?
Good day, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe?
Yes, I'm listening.
Mr. Keshe,
I'm trying to decontaminate my soul from the virus.
Okay. Because we are
Would you
receiving
like,
from it.
would you like some? Do you like some?
Absolutely, yes. I already received from you. Mr. Keshe, in 3 months, the Chinese and the others changed to the color. They changed the color of their skin in 3 months. They went back to
it happened in a few hours, actually. It was just matter of
but my question, if it took, as they say in the history, it took thousands and thousands and thousands of years to change from this color to this color. Isn't it possible that it's the same condition happens before and it changed dramatically in months or years? If it's the same condition happens, and we know.
I'm going to answer you another way that you understand. And maybe you understand. How long does it take for a chameleon to change his color?
Instant.
So. It's you who's blind to it, not the reality.
For all of these years.
Pardon?
For all of these years, we are blind for the truth. For the reality.
We chose to be blind because it paid us to be blind. Because we could fool ourselves and enjoy the physicality. See how many of you are gonna move on.
Stop the joy and work or what? Or find the joy in a different way.
You see, nobody has ever stopped you stealing from yourself. Nobody has ever stopped you fooling yourself. So you can't blame anybody else. You decided not to investigate. You decided not to look at the fact. Doesn't mean the fact wasn't there.
Mr. Keshe, you said you. For me, I didn't choose
you
that.
as a humanity. You as the total creation of the universe.
But we are in the same place. We don't know.
You chose not to know. It's there. Use your logic. You ask yourself what I asked you in past 2 or 3 hours, a single question. If you say Christ moved to France, and if you say he's got a daughter and he had a wife, we know, what happened to them? Why not nobody asked that simple question? Or they put it in a position that you cannot ask the question because the truth shows we are lying. It's, you know, it's like a love affair. You know your wife cheats. And she still cuddles you and says, I love you. What do you want to do? Put the truth on the table or I bear with it because the children would be on the street. We chose. We chose to accept the lies because it suited us. We could keep on being busy with physical life of working and suffering and the rest of it. If we would have learned that we can use our soul, we don't need to do what you're in a position to do now, how many of you would have gone to work 50 weeks a year to have 2 weeks holidays? Now you're home 50 weeks. If they give you a job to do for 2 weeks, you say, yes, at least I'm bored, I'll do something. How many of you in past few weeks you've been home, you said to the wife, oh, let's do something, at least we can do something we couldn't do before. How many of you made that decision to do it? Or are you still sitting there till the office opens up and go back and do the office job? Carol and I, we wake up from morning till night. We don't want to stop. It's just everything. It's just another cycle. You don't wait for this, but you understand more what you're doing. Where the energy comes from, it comes from understanding. Physicality takes its rest. But how much we want to lie to our own existence, that's what we've done. And they say, oh, the guy's a fool lying to himself, so we make it bigger. We have made it so big that everybody believed our lie. If you think of it, very simple way. When they crucified Christ, didn't know his wife, didn't know his child, didn't watch what happened to them, didn't they empty the house and moved? Didn't see thousands of Christians, Jews who believed in him, followed him? If you knew who followed Christ to France, to going through Malta and the rest of it, some of the women lovers forced their husbands that we go, I want to go to France, I want to go there, because the love for him was so much. Some of the richest men in Palestine left because of their wives, because she wanted to go before with him. Everybody knew who he was because they knew Mary's going. Where is he going? Romans didn't see him going. Romans didn't see she going. He didn't hide in the clothes of a woman and walked out of Jerusalem. He walked as he was, him. Now, I want to ask a simple question. Maybe it collapses the whole of Christianity. All this, what you believed in the name of whatever, ask one question. If has been done, if he is resurrected, what he has gone to heaven to come back, and we know he's a man, or as we say, it was a habit of the time, women kept many men, where did Mary go with the girl? What happened to the girl? Or did she go with Christ? Or was she waiting for him to put on the cross that she can have the freedom because he was enjoying himself too much and she knew? As we say in English, did she have a bit on the side? So, what is the answer? But where is the girl? The bloodline of Christ. Isn't that what you call Fatima?
That is big.
So, pardon?
That is big.
That is what?
Very big.
You ask, is a holy name in that area. It's not exclusively of Muhammad. Fatima in that area, southern France, northern Spain is what is called in that name. Many people use it. Then they come with the Muslims when they invaded France and they gave that name to hide it. To you, is very big because you connected to the daughter of Muhammad, to the French and the Spanish is a name they are familiar with, and they don't connect it to him. To him is to them is a holy name. It's something connected, but they don't understand what. You see, many conspiracies and works have been done by religions together to keep certain things going. We lie, you lie, everybody lies. And exactly what happened with Corona. China lied, not 20 million. Then the Americans now lie and the Europeans lie because everybody's in it. How are we going to do it? They tell everybody to come out protected, but the world leaders and the bodyguards walk without. What is it? Are they special? Or they don't breathe, they go into the masks and everything immediately? How come you and I walk? How come our knowledge seekers here, they go to give a gas to somebody else, just put it outside their door, they catch it, and now the whole family suffers? And these presidents with all their bodyguards would come, go and everywhere, and none of them wear a mask, none of them is protected? Have they built the show for us to die and not them? Or have they been given antidotes? They have it, inject, next one, inject. None of the European, more or less, leaders, Western leaders, appear in public with masks and their bodyguards. Very few of them. Are they a special race and immune to it? Or are they killing us selectively in the name of Corona, and they spread things as we go? You see, when you start looking at different angle in what you led to believe, and then you have to question your belief, you have to question your own intelligence, question yourself in the sequence of understanding, then it's a different light. And the position with none of us, you sitting on this line, you're listening. If I ask the securities in the background to drop the numbers, IPs, locations, which actually goes overcoming all the VPNs, Vatican is online. So is other religious leaders. They're not the only ones here. And when I teach this way, it's for them to understand the time is over. If we talk about the bloodline of Christ, and a week later we see veteran writes about it, do you see veteran guys here? Most of the world religious leaders know the game is over. It's just a matter of now they know about their soul, and there's hundreds of thousands of them, millions of them. Are we going to keep it from the others, or we step down before they march in and take everything? Because don't forget, when masses find out how they've been cheated, they burn these churches down and the mosques and the rest of it. They won't put a matchstick to it. They burn it in their soul and their physical damage. And this is what it is. As I said, you ask the Americans, you ask the Russians, the Chinese, and all these Hubble telescope and bubble that, have a single one of them reported seeing a church, people going in it anywhere in the space. And do the Martians go to one church and the ones from planet Zeus to the other? This is what man has to be honest with himself and understand the totality. Then the game is over for his abuse. Now, you came here to be one nation, one planet, one race. In one night, you realize you're a bigger family, it's a bigger house, it's a bigger nation, it's a bigger race, and it's a bigger family. So, do you want me to introduce you to your universal brothers, or have you attained that position that to have the audacity and the strength to welcome them yourself, or go to them? How many of you spend so many times and so much time to build the first UFO's star formation, to be out, to be able to fly? How many of you are doing that with your soul? Just because it's not a reactor, I just listen. Any other question?
We've got Leon with his hand up here. Perhaps you can open your mic, Leon.
Yes, hello. This is Leon from Germany. My question is, has God Jesus brothers and sisters?
Ask him when you meet him. Now you have that opportunity. Can I answer you in a different way?
Yes, of course.
How many women in olden days had contraceptives and could not get pregnant? You've been led to believe in a virgin birth, whatever. So what happened to the guy? If you look at it, the way, when you look at the Islamic religion, when you look at the life of Muhammad, there's a lot of transparency in it because he was there. There were people who saw, did, his background, whatever was known. With Christianity is a made up in so many ways. I was explaining this, if you look at the life of Christ, is very much like the North Korean leader. Nobody knew who it is. He came out of nowhere, became the president, and nobody knows what it is. If the girl is his real sister or could be his wife, nobody knows. And is orchestrated to bring understanding down. And everything else has been cleaned up around it that you don't see. Haven't they had 2,000 years of orchestrating what they wanted to show the perfection that it becomes, you want to be as perfect as, so you pay for it. We call it the church. Isn't the life of Christ that everyone wants to be sacrificed, to give, and blah, blah, blah? And you pay for it to be a member of the club? We have not a single writing letter, word from Christ. Nothing. It's just what somebody wrote 300 years later. And how many of us have lived 300 years? And how many word of mouth can become a Chinese whisper? And then when it's Chinese whisper, you can orchestrate that they all hear the same. Muhammad's hadith, what he said is 40 years, so you can say majority of it, even elaborated, whatever, was said by those who heard his voice. They heard him, they listened to him. The Chinese whisper with Christianity goes with the rest of what we call resurrection. And you want to really hear the rest, go to the Jewish people, see when they wrote the book the way they wanted it to suit the rabbis. One of the first times we have corrected, when very, very few, if there is any handwritten by a prophet, is by Baha'u'llah. And even his writing was wrote and he corrected it, most of it, written by a writer. Before that, it's all talks and hadith and what somebody said 300 years ago. I wonder what your children talk about you in 300 years. And when you stand in this, there's not much there, the truth, stand a lot of ways. Any other question?
Yes, we have Mark House here. Could hear from him.
Oh my God, when he comes, doesn't stop, does he? Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Is it the Mark's night tonight? All the Marks are popping up to Mark?
A lot of people named Mark, yeah. You know, these portals keep opening up for me. I keep taking pictures and I put them online.
What?
The universal community is trying to make contact with me. These portals are opening up. I've taken pictures of them. I put them online. I feel compelled for some reason when I see something in the air. It could be a sunrise or it could be a cloud. And I'll take a picture and I don't see what I'm taking a picture of, but the cloud or the sunrise. And then I go back and look at the picture and there they are. So I believe that contact.
Can we see some of them?
I was just looking for them. I was trying to hurry up and look for them when I was
called in by the judge.
If you look up portals, Rick, on Facebook, hashtag portals or fish tank portals, you'll find my pictures. Maybe you could put them up for me if it's not too big a task.
I'm sorry, that's in your Facebook or in
on Facebook, any hashtag will work. It's hashtag fish tank portals.
Okay.
And you'll see my pictures, and maybe you could put a couple of them up of these open portals where craft are prominent and it's obvious. I wanted to get your opinion on it, Mr. Keshe, because I believe they are trying to make contact with me.
Okay, I've got a picture. Just a second while I get this set up. From where you posted portals and fish tank portals, it's a painting that you've done or something?
Well, I use paint in order to enhance the image so you can see more clearly. Like, for instance, power lines where
And where does the image come from, Mark?
Of my own camera on my phone. So you can see the power line. The power lines are covered. You can see the orb close enough in the image to see that the power line is covered by the orb. Or in another one up in the sky where a picture I took in the early morning where the light was shining above the hill where I live, there's a orb there and I enhanced it and you can see a clear sphere there.
Okay, just a sec. I'm trying to download it because it wouldn't show properly. There we go.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. Saved me the time to dig through my images to pull them out.
Okay, let me share that. No, that's not right yet. Is this the one you meant?
No, that's not my picture. That didn't come from my camera. There are a bunch of them there in the fish tank portals.
That's what it's under.
Yeah, if you scroll down, you'll see a lot more. That one's not from my camera. That's an image from the internet.
That's why I asked. That's why I'm not sure what. That's why we need to send the pictures beforehand and stuff. Okay, let me get back there and try to find it.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Rick. It'll be obvious that they're a picture versus, you know, painting like the one you just showed.
Well, that's all that comes up under fish tank portals, so I'll have to try some other different way to find the pictures.
Okay, just go to portals.
Is it in the Golden Age of GANs, or is it just in your?
Yeah, it's on the Golden Age of GANs too. But you could also use just hashtag portals and possibly find them too, because I've put them under both hashtags.
Is it crystal GANs of copper?
Oh no, it's not. It's actually.
Is
it's
it?
under,
Does it
under
show a street with a light at the end?
No,
my home is at the top of this hill. It says.
Yeah, that's one of them. That's one of them that was very recent. Yeah, take a look at that one, and you'll see in the upper left-hand corner a sphere, and then in that same post underneath, there's a blown-up version of it where I enhanced it so you could see the sphere with the fields around it.
Is that what you mean then? And you're talking about these other pictures here of something that was in the air?
Do you see the up in the original picture is that sphere, and then I blew that up further and you can see it more clearly. Underneath it.
Trouble navigating here on Facebook. So it's not working right. Okay. Under where?
That image there has been blown up, and the one underneath it on that same. No, go back to the original post.
I can't through Facebook. It doesn't allow me to go backwards that way.
Oh well, then don't look at the pictures. Go to the original post where it says the portal aperture opens. Not the photos. Go to the original post.
Which is under your name?
Yeah, it's right there, just below that. Go back to where you were before. Just before you came to my group. I mean, to my.
Yeah, I can't.
There it is. Yeah. Now see the one below it, on to the right,
That
one. That's the image blown up. You see the sphere?
Mm-hmm.
And what looks like fields around it, and maybe even the shape of a saucer surrounding it, surrounding the sphere.
Okay, looks more like a virus to me, but yeah, I can see the sort of saucer shape in the center.
Yeah, but on the original picture, you can see that that's up in the upper left-hand corner of the original image. If you click on the original image, you see it up there in the left-hand corner? That's it. I've been taking pictures.
Were you taking a picture of that, or were you taking a picture of the sun, like
the sun?
Mm-hmm.
But I felt compelled to take the picture, and like I have in a lot of other pictures, I've been taking pictures of these spheres for a decade or more. These are just the most recent. On Flickr, I have a whole section on them on my Flickr account. Anyway, Mr. Keshe, did you see what we were looking at here?
Yes.
And I feel pretty convinced that I feel compelled to take a picture of something and then going back and looking at the image and discovering that there's something else there. Seems to be a pattern now in my life. And I just wanted to share it so others might.
Yeah, I've seen these pictures. Caroline always sends it to me. Look.
Yeah, we've seen
Marhafta's house is on the top, is enlightened. I said, maybe he's got too much cancers in this place.
No, that was just the sun rising, but I did not see that sphere until I looked at the picture later. There are others too, under the same hashtags, Rick, but if we don't want to go too far into this and get to other questions, I just wanted to share it because there are.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What is the general idea and response or thoughts in golden age of GANs with the corona and everything else you see?
You mean overall for what's been going on over the since December?
Yep.
There is an incredible amount of really, really appreciative and people that are joining the group by the hundreds. We surpassed 20,000 members now. It took 3 years almost to get to 20,000, and we've been up for 5 years. And we just had this explosion of people signing up. The enthusiasm and the respect and general agreement that this is something that could work for everyone is now becoming more and more obvious on the Golden Age of GANs and elsewhere. I'm also on Telegram, so I see a lot of enthusiasm and stuff going on there, although it's hard to keep up because it's like an escalator. The information just flows so fast there that it's hard to just keep up with everything. So I tend to focus more on the Golden Age of GANs group and what's going on with any of the posts there and try to answer questions. But it's amazing the enthusiasm and the warmth and confidence that's placed in your research and how you shared it with us. And they're showing a lot of appreciation for it. And we're getting more and more testimonials of,
and less trolls, wouldn't you say, Mark? There's
yeah.
less, you know, a less aggressive sort of opposition to the stuff, because there are so many testimonials. What can they say? This is what people are actually experiencing, not some theory or whatever.
Yeah, the arguments have fallen away. And you're so right, Rick. It's just it's what we all hoped for, and it's what's happening. So we're continuing on to answer the questions. They may be the same questions repeated over and over and over again, but we're still answering them with kindness and with genuine help behind it. I use hashtags a lot on Facebook, especially on the golden age of GANs, because it really simplifies finding things quicker. And it would be great if everybody could use hashtags to point directly towards something, and then you can quickly show somebody a lot of information really fast, because it's all connected to that hashtag.
What if there was a frequently asked questions place somewhere where there's, you know, the top 100 questions or something, top 10 at least, asked about GANs and about the plasma technology? I think that would be good. And then you could just refer people, go to this FAQ, it'll tell you. And then you could have links there and so on.
I always just tell them to go right to the Keshe Wiki, en.kfwiki.org, and boom, they're there, and all their answers are questions are answered.
Yeah, pretty much.
People still come back though and have nuanced questions, and everyone wants to show what they've made because they're proud of it. And then the questions,
that's a big part of it.
A lot of the questions recently have been about how come I don't have a lot of GANs, and I think Mr. Keshe, you covered that in the sense that you were saying that it's a sort of a demonstration of your soul, the amount of GANs in there, or the color of it, or the volume of it, kind of is a reflection of your soul evolution.
In a reverse way, you mean that the less GANs you have, the greater the strength of your soul, because you don't need the physicality?
Yeah, you know, a lot of people put their images up of their harvesters for making the GANs, and they're so proud of the huge amount of GANs they've made. And usually it's one color or another color, and they're worried about it. And since we heard Mr. Keshe say recently that this sort of depends a lot upon your evolution of your soul, it's a little bit more of a tricky definition of what they're trying to portray. They're trying to say, look how much GANs I made, you know, because they're so happy that they've made this huge amount of GANs. And then when you hit them with the idea that, well, this is all about your soul development, you know, then the image of what you're trying to portray is somewhat diminished in terms of the volume, but not in terms of what we need to really understand, which is more about the development of our souls. So that's where we're at. What do you think, Mr. Keshe?
I listen, and I look at so many, what we call the coronavirus teams around the world, it seems that a lot of people still battle with life, with physical life. And in so many ways, when they start learning, there is an easier way. They let go of in ways of belief and works they've done. And it's amazing how people's situation dictates their production, as you say. And I was explaining, the guy said, when my ganses stop producing, doesn't mean I'm not going to get infected, because I don't need it, I don't produce it.
Mm-hmm.
The next day it starts producing like crazy. He says, am I going to get infected now? There is something my soul knows now is producing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something, this cycle, especially with Corona, is what I call enforced time of wisdom. We are forced to stay in, we are forced to be home, we are forced not to work, because now, as I said to Caroline today, I said, if this runs till January, human race will change. And because you got to understand, governments have to start paying to keep people alive, or they go on looting. But the problem is, we loot the supermarket this week. There's no more supply coming. Which supermarket we're going to loot next time? Whose house we're going to loot next time? That runs out as well. In 6 months' time, there is nothing to loot. And then it comes, should we choose the path of soul and feed ourselves? And then we become a very good religious group, because everybody's trying to find a soul to feed. This is what the whole structure of physicality is falling apart. You got to understand, farmers cannot harvest. There are not people there to harvest. The immigrants who used to go to Italy to harvest from Eastern blocks are not there because they don't do it. And then the chain food, the guy is not producing anything. The real truth about this, eco, or psychological and financial, and as a society, will start appearing in September, October. When the summer season comes, there is no harvest, there is no food in reserve. Don't forget, a lot of food you eat gets canned and tinned this time of year by those who pay very little. Now there are not those who pay the little to be there to collect for you. So how are we going to feed ourselves? And then how are we going to overcome the rest of it? Even the governments provide the finances. They pay you $10,000 a month. There is nothing to buy.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? The situation is getting very, very critical. Most of the people look at, as we say, just about the tip of their nose. As an international organization, we look at the totality of what is to come. We have to look after 7 billion. We have no factories, we have no farms, we have no depots of storage. This process of always said, and I repeated many times, mankind will accept this technology which is based both on belief and science, out of his fear of his demise, not out of the beauty of it. If mankind would have accepted this technology with its beauty when it came and the way it came, mankind would have been totally in different position. You played to play with us. We played for you not to be there to play, if you understand it. And this process was not going to stop. Many people will die of hunger, will die. We're seeing it, it's coming up. As my son said, we can find everything in English supermarket except pasta. I said, why? Pasta used to come from Italy, now they don't make it. We can't have pasta. Factories, pasta factories are closed because people have died. Or fear of dying and getting contaminated. You know what is going to happen eventually? Mankind will die out of starvation if this carries on this way for 2 years. Or elite will feed themselves because they have money, or you have the resources to feed yourself through a new way. In a way, the technology is not getting opened up in this way, is in a way the souls have decided this is the time we want it. The Iranian team works day and night, but it will not happen with anything. And I told them, it'll be released, it'll be out on its time, on its place, on its motion. So what is the time? Where people still have 6 weeks is normal. National reserves stands for 3 to 6 months for European nations. And then who do you know that can give you an egg? And who do you know who can give you a chicken? And who do you know who's got a potato? Are we going into the Second World War without a bullet fired? Or we go to places we can. We have closed our airport, so we become very much position orientated, where we are dependent. You're near a sea, you're most probably the only ones which will survive. Islands, coastline cities, which can support life from the sea, most probably last most of it as long as human beings are alive.
Here in the United States, they're using the National Guard to protect the food banks. And that may escalate at some point to protecting food stores. We don't know, not yet.
But I think what's going to happen, government, I see that happening like in Europe. In Europe, we have 2 chain stores which are right across the countries in Europe called Lidl and Aldi. Mm-hmm. I think they will be, there'll be requisition for them to become the depots because they're most convenient places for people to take food. And then they dictate positions and numbers and what you've done that you can have food. Did you clean the street today? Did you do such a thing? We can't pay you, but if you don't clean the street, there's a bag of rice here for you. In Iran, looking after people is a tradition in masses on a daily basis. And the nation and the people work with it, live with it. You'll see, I'll show you a picture. you understand the culture if I have it here. And we'll see this will go in so many ways. I have to have it. Yes, I've got it. And this is what you call state, not paying money on a daily basis to people, but looking after the need in so many ways by tradition. I have to do some little work on it. This is what you see is done every day in many, many, many mosques across Iran.
We can't see it.
Tradition is coming up in a minute. Just okay. And this is how a nation has become looking inward to look after itself. You don't see this in the West. It's unthinkable for you to see such a thing. But now you understand why people stay with their rulers. You see this?
Yeah.
You see what's on the floor? This is in one local mosque. Daily need of rice, the bread, the flour, the oil, even the water as a cure is put for each family, which is needy. This is when a nation is mature. Every day, the next day food, and there are rooms and rooms of this, if you see in the back. For the people, the citizens are collected, put in position. Then you say why people stay loyal to their leaders. They're not put hungry on the table, on the street, and given a social. Every day, for years and years, they've been looked after. If you look at it, rice, bread, everything which is needed is there. And they'll read the same thing next day and the next day. And if you look, there is no difference between any of them. If you counted how many families, each one is for one family. And every few hundred meters, there is a mosque and there's a distribution center.
That's great.
This is the nature of Iranian culture. And in so many ways, this shows the maturity of a nation, maturity of a culture.
Yeah, definitely.
They don't show you this in the West because then it doesn't fit in. Every day, you look after tens of thousands of people's food. There is in their meat, fresh meat comes in with it afterwards. You look at the Canadians who they just gave something. Since the years, decades, man in Iran has been looked after, and now with the present regime, they do the same. And in so many ways, everything is looked after. There could be a family without a father. There could be a family with a father who cannot work. They know about the state of every family in their district. Which church does do this?
None. None that I'm.
Pardon?
No churches that I'm aware of do that here in the United States.
This is a mosque, the house of God, the temple. Then you understand where people stay so
tight. We don't see dead people on the streets of Tehran out of hunger. And we haven't seen for 40 years with all the boycotts. And if you look at the bags of rice, it's not a few grams. And it's not the grass which the North Koreans give to the people to eat. And whatever it is shared across with people, the way it is. Now what's going to happen to the West? The hungry will love the supermarkets and kill for it. In Iran, the hungry are fed, they don't stay hungry. You cannot look after yourself, you're looked after.
Mr. Keshe, I'm sorry. It has been mentioned a few months ago in the news here that more and more people are buying weapons and ammunition.
I know. Armand told me, he said, oh, you know, I was passing, there's nobody in the supermarket, but there's a big line in front of the gun shops. This is love and respect policy. That is a shotgun policy.
What about fags? There must be a big shortage of cigarettes.
For who?
For the smokers.
We don't know.
Well,
maybe a good thing.
It's cropped, yeah, it's cropped up in the news this morning. But some people smoke a hell of a lot more now that they're closed up.
Yeah, but then there's not much coming up. We can still sell. But when you look at this maturity, you understand why a nation stands.
I want to live there.
I love to be there. The West cannot show this. This is a private picture sent by one of the knowledge seekers who are working, because in this area, they're distributing waters from the Gans for the city, for washing and everything else.
Can you tell us what's written on the bottle, Mr. Keshe, or is that proprietary?
No, it is. It's part of the. I don't have my glasses on. If Azhar is there, she can read it, because you know, this is local groups, religious groups, or the what they call Islamic groups, which is part of the government who look after, and just most probably tells them who they are, which organization of the group.
Mr. Keshe, it's not clear.
Pardon?
It's not clear. The writing is not clear. The bottle that is held, the writing on it is not clear, so you can't read it really.
Yeah. So this is what you see. And this is what has been traditionally part of the culture. It has its own way of looking after itself. People won't march on the streets in Iran with guns to rob empty superstores or whatever. The organization is set to do to what limitation?
Yeah, our government has to bring in the National Guard to protect just the food banks.
It's the same everywhere.
Our National Guard in Canada is actually employed now to go into the rest homes to alleviate the to be like doctors and healthcare workers in the rest homes. Over 1,000 of the troops in Ontario are designated to do that right now.
But you know, the highest level of death at the moment is in old people's home.
Yeah, exactly.
When one gets, the rest get, and they all die.
So I'm thinking there goes 1,000 of our top military doctors who are
Yeah,
probably
but
going
in
to get
Canada,
infected.
you have certain positions, but I was talking to Caroline, she was telling me, do you know in Belgium, 100,000 people have died up to now? I said, what the statistic? She says, all the old people's home, they don't put it there. One gets the whole, get the whole die. If what they say is statistically 100,000, we saw how they kicked the bucket, as we say in English. And don't forget, he was one of the elites. He ate with the kings. He shared children with the king. If they let one of them go like this, what do you do with the rest? It's not that this area is clean. They still get infection. They still have the virus, corona, and the rest of it. And some of these people who you see the food on the floor most probably have lost one of their loved ones, or a father or mother or son to the corona. But they are not going to think they're going to sleep hungry. That's one thing sure for Iran. It's a different policy where church steals and hides the money, where in these countries, the faith feeds its followers. And as well, if you look at it, if you look how many people are in the rooms next doors, and this is one small area, the next mosque maybe is less than half a kilometer away. The same repeats. And these are volunteers who go and bag and everything else done, put there the name, everything has a name on it.
A name on it from the volunteers that bag it, you mean?
No, name of the family.
Okay, I see. And is that's all organized through the government, but through
the
mosques,
religious, through the mosque, which is supported by the government.
Whereas in America and other Western places, we usually have this golden rule of the separation of state and church, which makes it hard to sort of interchange in that way, I suppose, even though they're intricately related anyway.
Mr. Keshe, Mother, oh, I'm talking Farsi. Mr. Keshe, Mr. Keshe, I just found out the bottle is a bottle of Gans water, but the label hasn't been changed. They still have the old label on it. But as soon as the label is ready, they're going to put on it how people you can use the Gans water.
Excuse me, we didn't want you to translate, did we?
What happened?
I said we didn't want you to explain, did we?
I thought you wanted me to explain.
No, we will explain later on why this picture is here.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
We have reached through the gas technology the whole nation.
Yay.
Now you understand the bottles on the floor.
It's brilliant.
We become part of the nation through technology, and we reach those who need it and prevent it.
I hope they will announce when this paper comes out that the corona or the COVID-19, the novel, whatever name that you want to put on it, there's a bunch of coronaviruses, but that it's actually contained now in Iran. And recent articles are appearing that it's contained in China as well, even though they may not admit it.
Now maybe you understand how we handle it.
I appreciate how you handle it. Thank you so much.
I'm Mr. Keshe.
I'm Mr. Keshe.
Hello.
This is Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine.
Can I share?
How is he?
Today, better. The rash has been diminished with the cans, and he has slept more than the other days, and he ate better than yesterday. Yes. Say Victor, I'm doing better.
I'm doing better.
Thank you.
You're doing better. Thanks God. I didn't like what was on your shoulder, all those spots.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you, Mr.
Darling. Love you. I watched you and I hope you get better soon.
Yes.
Thank you.
I love you too.
Love you too. This is what you see and what you hear. Either way is celebrating life.
Mr. Keshe, I want to share something. This is my 9th day doing bath, and when I was doing my bath, and I think the days that I started to put more hours on the bath, and I did meditations, and came something to my mind like this was like a baptism, and maybe it's what in the old books, ancient books, they're trying to explain something. And then also I realized where in my moments where I was with the pains, and I noticed that if I felt if I was feeling feeling afraid of dying or something explode inside of me. Well, my liver was very, very painful. But then I was moving my attention to something that I wanted to change. Instead of I was listening a meditation to change addictions and habits, and then the meditation got me to put what I want to change. So I said I want to change my victimhood, and I want to move to a creatorhood. So be responsible, because still, if I identify that my fear came from the part that I still was really still I was blaming something for my pain inside my body. So when I did that, then at the end of the meditation, at the end of my bath, my bleeding and I got a lot of blasters inside my mouth, and then it's like the healing was speeding, and also came to my mind that maybe it's a lot of words that you are teaching us for all these years that I have listening you make sense when this came to my mind, like 80% of the work is helping us to well, in my body was helping me, the 80% the cancers, but the 20% was my mind, like my work, personal work, and where I wanted to put my mind. But yeah, I started to feel better, and today is really my best day, and I have more energy, and I am grateful for what you are helping us to achieve. My question will be the baptism, that for me is not that. Then when I thought about the baptism, and I remember some churches use a lot of water always, like to renew. And I remember you told me in a message that I was born again or reborn. So I connected those ideas, but well, I just want to share that and say thank you.
Thank you very much. In so many ways, we share the water from mosques in Iran to across to United States and everywhere else. It's the same water. It has the same energy. And maybe for the first time, mankind is what we call baptized by the same water and for the same purpose. What will come out of the whole corona, maybe we find, maybe it'll be at the end of it, a crown for humanity, finding salvation and finding a way to celebrate the true life, which is the true life of the soul of the man. And when we look at these pictures and we hear the voice of a child who suffered with it, it's real. It's not somebody else's. And what we take out of it counts. What we will understand from it will count. But the biggest question for me has been for the past few weeks is, would this situation mature man to walk away from physicality? Do we need to create children to suffer in the dimension of physicality? Go through the painful passage of birth, and then all the problems which comes with it, and then the end, after whatever handful of, what do you call it, decades, had to let go without any enjoying it, to take it for a ride, to show it the rest of the universe. Would it mature us to create children of the soul? This is the ultimate goal, in a way. He said, I made you to make children that they may love me. Which means they give to me because I need loving in the language of the universe is giving. That by they giving me, I can give more. I can create more. In a way, if everything comes from him, why does it need for us to chew it for him? For him to break it up to create more of? Or does it in essence comes from the totality of essence of us? And the next step, as I said, now you understand one nation is the whole of universal community. What is the next step for mankind? Do we have the choice? Would we have a choice? In fact, we are given a choice as we mature to have children in the dimension of physicality or children in the dimension of the soul, for them to choose the life of physical life. In a way, they mature to the adulthood of understanding of the totality of the creation on this planet, and they manifest themselves. Do they need to go through the process of a childhood and suffering physical dimensions? This is what last week I was trying to explain. Would the man cut this umbilical cord and create children in the dimension of the soul, and let that soul to mature in 1 day or 1 million years, and then manifest itself in the dimension of physicality? This is the choice man never had before. Now you're given the choice. If you understand the implication of what is on the table, this is one of trillions of new options. Do we need to lose a mother at the point of birth? Or do we nourish a soul and then let it choose at the point of its manifestation, without going through all the problems we have seen in growing up a physical life? Or he has a choice, is mature in totality, but takes the feature of a child to enjoy the love of the Creator. Now you understand. And do we share our soul with anyone? Or do we create a condition of creation of a child or a soul through what dimension? The options changes. Now there's a new game in town. And which one of you would like to jump? Or we still have a commitment into the physical dimension, and we have a commitment in the soul dimension. Opening the soul of the man, opening the understanding of the creation of the man, brings a lot of questions for the man. If you fall in love or you create a soul by earthly soul, what will be the consequences of it? Or if you bring a soul from the depth of the space and you create a soul on this planet, what is the implication of it? Nowadays, we move from one country into another and become immigrants. What do we do with the immigrants of the soul of the earth, or our soul in the depth of the universe? Do we bring our children back here to be brought up on earth? These are not fairy tales. These are not something is talked now, it's on the table. You have to face it. Most of you at any age have to solve this on the table. It's not love story books. This is the book of your life. You have to solve it. You have no choice. You can stay blind to it, but now that you know it's there, and now many people know it's there, and you have the knowledge of it, what is your decision? If you're in your 20s and 30s, and you're in a position that you want to have a child, or you can bear a child, or you want to adopt a child, which option do you go to? You create the child of a soul with all its power and understanding, and then let it born that it doesn't need no injections from Billy or everybody else. It's created with the knowledge of the universe, takes the dimension of physicality of the man. Or do you want to create a child in the dimension of physicality and let it suffer and everything, as you have to educate it, that he might understand his soul? would you like to create a cage and put it in a cage, or would you like it to be a free bird that he can choose his own cage, if he ever cages himself? This is, in a very clear way, a new way for all mankind to understand. These recordings will be listened by millions over thousands of years. Because now it's not the option, now it's understanding the knowledge and having the option with that knowledge. Then, to what level of intelligence we can understand everything? Or do we tell our child good night, take the dimension of the soul tonight, we'll see you tomorrow when you come back in physicality, tell us where you've been. Where in the dimension of universe, there is no time and space. As I said many times, how many of you have measured the speed of magnetic field from one magnet to another? Don't forget, has no speed of light. Then, in so many ways, goes back to the truth. How much have we lied to ourselves? Does the mankind becomes kind enough to himself? And in so many ways, how much lies we have accepted. To you, you're worried when you're going to get looted, if there is no food. Where are you going to have the food? You saw in the mosque. They're given a food that is not your worry. This is ours to make sure you're safe. Isn't it the fear of what is happening around in the back of the leaders of the West that they cannot match? And you have to give such a false image that it does not show your incompetence. Don't forget, this is a nation under national, international boycott for 30 years. Can you imagine what would have been on these tables, on these carpets in the mosques? Who has been sanctioned? The soul of the world leaders in the West, or a nation which is thriving? Then you understand how much we accept because they want us to accept. And now we have to accept with our soul. As I said, it's the biggest embarrassment to Lawrence's family and those who've been around him that they were so ashamed to even announce his death, because he died of something which he was in from the beginning of it. He stole from it and he stole from him. He stole from so many people's lives and they stole the same thing from his life. And then we have to understand where the truth sits. Did he tell the truth and he got bitten by it?
when the truth came to himself. Remember in the teaching I said, they cried so much wolf. When the wolf came, it took them. And the wolf came and it took him. He shouted so much wolf, and then the wolf really came, called Corona, and he took him. How come a little boy, 6-year-old boy in US and the others in Iran, in the mosques, are saved, but not the man who was in it? He lied so much that he couldn't lie anymore and died through his own lie. And do you know what he died? He took it. Because in so many teachings, we made it very clear, he's responsible for so many deaths and governments delaying with the knowledge. That killed him. Corona was the crown in it to shame him. In a way, his soul said, I'll take it because that's the easiest way I can go. I've done enough damage to myself. You got to remember something which is amazing if you understand it. It is beyond your comprehension. Is something, it's just a noise, as I say. In the center of all this corona and everything, you have shut down everything you have in the American and European nation. And in this process, amongst all this, what you say is wrong, and I showed it to you how it's run. Iran launches a satellite, orbiting satellite, direct this week. What does that mean? Nation has not stopped. Nation has so much work to do that it won't stop. Corona is nothing. We just have enough. We can show the next step and the next step. While you're scared, hiding in your rooms and in your apartments and whatever, they're testing what you could not even dream. If you look at the shape of the new rocket, the shape of it, the elegance of it, it does nothing but it says the beauty of the knowledge. This is what we have to become, the satellites. We have, as a soul, we have to understand that. We've got to go inside. We've got to see what we understand about ourselves. And where is the confidence? Can we reach that soul? Can we become that point of change? And then we'll see. Come on, come on. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Okay. Sit down. Then, as I said, we've gone into a track post-corona, and that post-corona is for man to understand the crown of his life, his own soul. In a way, as knowledge seekers, we have two options. Stay and battle it with corona, or take the option of the soul and just watch it. If you understand this gas water which you use to get rid of it or overcome it, in a way, if you haven't understood, you put the clothes to show the limitation of your physicality. You put the gas to restrict and show the limitation you want with your soul. Now put this gas further out. If you can work on your skin, it should work another 10 meters away. Would that 10 meter become the line of my aura? Because that's how far I can go. Would that become the limitation of my soul?
You see how little by little I teach you in depth that you understand? If you understand. Otherwise, I promise you, a lot of you will make a jacket of plastic and put the cans and say, if it lights up, I can see it. As long as you want to see with the eye of physicality, you have failed the test. Start KF SSI from day one. The thing is, what we realize is, would we take a step? Would we go to the dimension? Would we bring a new dimension to our souls? Or would we take that dimension out of the fear, the demise of our physicality? Then you have a scary soul always running for itself, doesn't it?
Perhaps we could take a question from Lucas.
Hi, everyone. It's Lucas from Brazil here. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Thank you. Mr. Keshe, thank you for your presence, and it's always an honor to talk with you, sir. And I do have a question regarding to this satellite that Iran has put in orbit or under orbit some way. Imagine if Iran become the first nation to sign the World Peace Treaty with the Keshe Foundation and to use in the next steps and in the next launches the MAGRAPH system. I believe that it wouldn't be able for mankind actually to do such a spacecraft or such a rocket that doesn't use dirty fuels like this rocket and every rocket that man has been built, so on. And I was thinking to myself, if is a true dream that is already becoming true, or it could not be true in, I don't know, 10, 20, 50 years from now on.
You got to understand, Iran has many space divisions that none knows what the others do. And in so many ways, it's been kept that way for them to develop their own ways. And nothing has been put aside because there is another. This is the beauty of Iranian mentality. And we see a lot of it in the Italian way because they've been there too long. In Italy, you don't see them demolishing the old buildings because they build a new one. Very seldom happens, or when they do it, they build another place for the old to stay. In Iran, mentality of science and technology, everything has to go in parallel. Just because you have the understanding of how to fly flying object without fuel does not mean that you stop launching rockets, because that brings a knowledge that somebody could be used in the future. I see that a lot in the Iranian culture of work and scientific work, because this way it comes out of the structure of the scientific setup in Iran and the governmental structure. You have two governments running parallel, and each one has its own. One is publicly known, one is publicly not known, one is official and one is non-official. So Iran has the beauty of a number of space agency programs, which the West doesn't understand. And launching a satellite is their job. What they do, what they call the space program of Iran has many aspects and not involved by government. Iran runs a two parallel nation operation. One, the citizens, and one, what they call the running ruling party or group. And both are rich in wealth and both rich in technology and science of their own way. And even within them, there are divisions. So Iran putting the, what you call rocket hub in the form of the satellite is what this group are doing. This is their job. The space group, which they work different ways, another one. You have a section which is totally to do with life in the space. It has its own university, its own structure. And even in the launching divisions, there is a competition to see who can come up. When you look at the rocket launch this week, it's so sleek. And it's the first shot test. You see, it's launched from the back of a truck. If you notice it, you haven't seen the whole video. This rocket, to put a satellite into space, is launched, brought in on the back of a transporter in the middle of the field and launched. You look what the Americans do when they launch a satellite, or the French do, or the rest of it. The technology, the confidence in the achievement is so confident that they don't show you. I'll show you what it means if I have it.
I get it, because I'm keeping up the SpaceX failures, and it's really funny to watch them and all the rest too.
If you watch the launch of this satellite by the Iranian Space Force, it's unique. You don't, because you're not aware of it, you don't look at it. I have it somewhere, I don't know where. Maybe on the internet you can find it. Just go to Iran launches a satellite. And
sorry.
If you can share it with us. When you look at it, it just wipes out the whole of American and the European space rocket launch, the Chinese. They bring it in on the back of a transporter and just put it up straight. And the beauty of it is they have taken pictures from every angle of it.
Yes, I've seen. I see three short videos in Iran Press in Al Jazeera site, and he rises in a really elegant way and a really smooth way. Is really different from other launches that I've seen.
Any launches you see, if you look how the Americans launch and the French satellites with all the caboodle and a very simple. The biggest sanctions on Iran is because of the Iranian knowledge and technology. They want to get access to it. This rocket, Rick, if you can find it, you can show it. The launch of this satellite.
I'll show a picture of the Al Jazeera website that shows the picture. I don't think we can show any video that would be
I have it somewhere. I've received it somewhere.
Shows
If you look at it,
the rocket there, I believe, right?
Yeah, if you look at it in depth, you see it. Just come in on the back of a truck, stand up, launch, and go. It's just going for a lunch job. It's like going
amazing.
for a dinner. Huh?
Extremely practical.
Yeah. This is, and the way it's launched.
Yes, the launch station is really simple. It can be more minimum than that, because
No,
like you said, the other ones like NASA and ISS and so on, they create they build a huge structures to show, just to show their features, like lack of humans.
And you see, they just come in launch and go, guys, we build a satellite, we put it in orbit, we go for launch. That's simple. And this is what is freaking the West. How a nation has been so advanced. This is literally puts shiver on the back of NASA. How much money we have spent, billions, we robbed our nation in different names. And these guys just go in and they do it. And so when you look at this launch, I don't have it, I kept it, I thought. Let me see, I don't know if I've got it. It is absolutely, absolutely an elegant piece of work. If you understand the space technology, if you understand where we came and where it gone to. It is absolutely, I said to somebody, it's the sexiest launch I have seen ever.
I think that's so.
And it hasn't stopped the development of the nation. And you can see very few people, it's just go to the party, we launch a satellite and we go home for lunch.
And the money that the government has brought to, how can I say, the money, that the economy that they do, because that is such a simple way, and reflects in the incoming money in the investment of technology itself, not just for show, like a show itself. Sorry.
We've seen how much, what do you call it? The guy from, what's his name? I call it the internet chat line, has spent trying to launch a satellite, how many times it's failed, how many times, and all the things they're doing. And then you understand the nation is very rich in knowledge and in everything else. But how many satellites you can put in orbit without being noising and being there? If this can take into orbit and launch a satellite at such high altitude, then what happened to all the Americans under threat? It's understanding very simply. You got to imagine beyond the line, behind us, if you put the knowledge of all the nations together, where you see at this launch pad so many Iranians, all scientists, military, whatever, make it collective of scientists around the world to launch. You can see how much more we could put in. This is what we said, I told John in Arizona the same. When we opened the Arizona Research Center, it will be a joint venture between the Iranian scientists and the Americans. We talked to Europeans in their land, on their ground. In next few days, you will see a revolutionary system out of Iran regarding Corona. Then I wonder, would it welcome in New York when people are dying and they can walk away with it? Would it, the flag of Keshe Foundation and the Iranian flag on the box will make any difference for the one who's dying? Or would it be what I call the Jewish lobby, which half of them are Iranian in New York, will welcome them in Farsi or jump into Hebrew and they block. This is where the changes will come. But one of the biggest problem with this corona is, and when these things change, mankind will bring to judgment those who lied to us for past decades and created so much mayhem. Isn't it strange if what Caroline tells me this afternoon, that over 100,000 Belgians have died in old people's home. They have nothing to support them. They just, the whole old people's home dies. Where is the data? And shouldn't that this technology would have been in Belgium where it was developed and saved so many lives and many more? Haven't they paid for their own misconduct? When it goes public and people realize, do you think they're going to forgive those pedophiles sitting in the palaces? The nation will wipe out the injustices. And we make sure the nation knows what happened.
It really wouldn't be much, it will be more fair than that. It would be like a dream come true for every one of us.
We shall see, but we got to understand the next step from now on, the edge of science technology will come out of Iran. I made sure of that. We committed ourselves to bringing technology and making Iran the center of knowledge. Our centers in Europe and China will work, will carry on, but the mother of the knowledge will come out of Iran. Because that way we know how to rule. We've been an empire for thousands of years. We don't need to conquer. This time we conquered the soul of the man. We leave the physicality to those who can build a few tanks. But the situation will change very quickly.
So Keshe, can I do a last question?
Yeah.
It would be regarding to the number of the bodies, the physical bodies that we will have here, we must have here to accomplish our goal in a way that was being said about the double of the number of people that we have here in Earth. And I was thinking with myself again, if humanity in a click of an eye could create
Oh,
in the
you
right
have one of those as well.
Or, oh, sorry?
I said, you have one of those as well. I'm not the only one with a noise box.
Yes, true. My one is very looks like the Topoli, but it's a blonde one, but it's very temperamental too. And I have a little sausage, the petite sausage, Dachshund. They are my kids in physicality, yes. So what are you trying to mean? If in a click of an eye, humanity could create with the right conduct and the right intention, the number of souls that we need, it wouldn't be necessary to reach the physical bodies like 15 billion people with their own souls and their own physicalities. Could we achieve that if mankind could rapidly, like instantly, we can reach
Did we,
I
understand what you're trying to say. Did we put a limitation, one child, one soul? We are on the Chinese rules, is there?
Yes, true.
So.
Okay.
There is no room to have a limitation of 9 months of growth. Huh?
Yes.
When you accept the love of the soul, then you have to decide to what extent and what and who and what is to be created. And the only problem is in the dimension of the soul, unfortunately, we can't do genetically to be blue eye and blonde and everything else. There is no selection. Carry on.
Sorry, it would be pretty much like this. And then another question, it would be regarding to the genetic modification that we're passing through, like the medical in the doctors in China. And I was talking to my grandmother, and my grandmother is I really have shame to say that she is really I don't know the word, a racist person. And when I'm talking to her, my God, I think she was like almost having a heart attack when I show her photo. And I think, my God, I'm not asking, but it would be very funny that her become like the Americans, a nigger grandmother. I laugh a lot, and imagine if Hitler was alive too. Imagine him becoming dark. That and all the Nazis that we have, unfortunately, here in Earth. And I believe that it would be a really, I don't know the words, punishment, but in a right way to elevate themselves to become a more comprehensive persons.
Isn't that kind of the humor of God that you were talking about before, Mr. Keshe? The irony of situations like that.
Yeah, just there we test. It has put a shock. The explanation and interpretation has put a shock into a lot of scientific communities. Because they accepted the liver now it's a genetic, because we see the hair changed. If you look at the hair, it's become twisted like African. Because this is the limitation we could understand, so we interpreted it up to this limit. Now we understand more, we can explain it very clearly. And it is an option. How many of you would like to be blonde and blue eye? And how many of you would like to have a brown eyes and black hair? And God knows, would we all would like to be like Sophia Loren or what, or God knows what? Or would we like to be ugly enough that everybody look at us because we are so ugly, but we carry a beautiful soul in it?
I would love to live in a physical body of an African some years, and a click of an eye when I get bored. I would like to choose another citizen from another place to get the knowledge of, and the cultural knowledge of them as races. And that's another thing that really triggers me, and I really love to think in that aspect.
You see what this situation has shown us and opened up is that if you can extend the knowledge, because now we know the knowledge. When you go into China, if you decide to be South American looking, you say something looking. But now you know to be Chinese looking needs a given strength. Now you can control that strength. When you go to China, because you chose that strength and you chose the condition of being it, and let's say you understand the totality of it, nobody knows you're a foreigner. You can become a Chinese. And you get on a plane, you end up in, let's say, Saudi Arabia, you become Arab looking. But the truth is, Many passengers of the universe have done this for centuries on this planet, but mankind has never had the knowledge. Now you know the trick. It would not look nice, Mr. Ching Chong or Mr. Thomas White turned out to be Chinese looking, or the other one look black. So we carry our name, we change our name according to where we are because we can change the feature. Then it comes, is there a need for a passport? Because which passport am I going to use when I'm Chinese or when I'm African or American? These are all new options on the table. It's not that any imaginary, now we have. We've seen very correctly in the next few months, most probably, is one of the main researchers will do in Iran, is to see what energy configuration into the gas plasma will brings what we call color change to the skin, will bring reevaluation of the strength of the physicality, that if you want to be Chinese or Americans or whatever, you'll be. But up to now, Dolly the sheep was on the DNA. Now, man, the president in the White House, will be on the RNA. It even carries the knowledge, the voice, the intellect of the blondie inside. Dolly the sheep or Dolly the blondie, one is in the stable and in the hut, and one is in the White House. What's the difference?
Mr. Keshe, can I say just a last comment? It regards the image that Mark was showing us before. Some two days ago, I was translating some part of the latest teachings, and in a part that was approaching the wonderful work that I could not have touched about Dirk Lensley. I forgot his last name, but when I was translating, I stopped in the part that you, Mr. Keshe, were asking us to pray for him, and I do have some issues in regarding the term of praying, because as you well said one time, why we are praying, and two we are praying for. But I'm tried, and I think it's better to think about it like a wish, like Carolina and everybody in the foundation used to say. I really bring that to myself and my philosophy of life or living. And when I stopped and thinking about Dirk, and I was thinking about in a very positive way for about 15, 20 minutes, I get up and I was going to my kitchen, and I have to pass in my, I don't know what's the way, pass through like a corridor, like a little hall to get in the kitchen. And it was all dark. And in some time, it's just appeared like, I don't know how to say, a little, like a greenish and there greenish and reddish little particle, like a photon, I don't know is the word, and it was floating in my pathway, and I seen it for like 5 or 6 seconds, and that was something that really bugs me. And I'm really chill right now when I'm talking. I'm really nervous because it really mixed with my nervous system, this. And a few minutes later, I sit in my bed and I was watching the sky because it was becoming dark. It's evening. And few minutes later, when I was watching the sky, I was thinking again about him, about Dirk. And so, just happened to show like a flare, big flare. I don't know it was a meteor or a star, a shooting star, because it was like a greenish bright that brightened like a and just glow in and then glow out, like 5 and another 5-6 seconds. And there's another thing that really mix all my senses, and I thought a good idea to put in the table. That's it. Thank you for the time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. What's the time? How far are we in this today?
Yeah, we're at 16.5 hours here now. It's
I think shall we call it a day? This off-season no class teaching is lasting more than the class time.
they were supposed to be at 2.5 hours at one point. We had some sort of strict limit. But things get out of hand when things get out of hand. So here we are. Thank
It's
you
a
for
good hand getting out of hand, huh? And now it's gone in the hand of the soul.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much. And see you on Thursday. And see what comes up, what we'll know more.
Yes, exciting times in the next few days, it seems. And whether it's this Thursday or next Thursday, we'll definitely have some interesting news, it seems. Thank you for all the breakdown on that today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other announcements? We have the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group coming up at 7 a.m. Central European Time on Wednesday, which is 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time on Tuesday, which is today. And we also have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, of course, coming up on Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time. I think that's it for announcements for now. Thank you, everybody, for attending the 115th One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace for Tuesday, April 28th, 2020. And thanks everyone for your questions and comments. And of course to Mr. Keshe and Carolina for carrying on the workshop today. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you everyone, and bye for now.